I feel that, Doc. Yes, because you happen to work in a developing country. Once the country's developed and everybody's a programmer, you're going to have the exact opposite problem, but for cleaners, right? Because the country is underdeveloped in a lot of areas, jobs are available. If you're in a country that's fully developed in most industries, jobs become scarce because people move from out of town to live in the place that's already developed. But anyway. This one, 407. I need to put a marker in chat. I could keep rambling about this, but honestly, it's like Wave Depletion said, the discussion veered in a direction that I don't see as the discussion anymore in my mind. So, I'm at a loss now. New timeline fuckery? No, well, not anymore. I mean, we moved back. We made it to year 411, and the fortress was basically dead. So I went back to 400 years, and we're back up to 407. So we've moved forward too. So it was either lose Longdeath or go back in time, and we opted to go back in time. I don't understand who's egging me. What? No, your dwarf doesn't exist in this timeline. I told you this a couple of days ago, actually. I mentioned it to you, and you responded. You were like, all right, well, we'll have to get it renamed. And I was like, yeah, we'll have to get you a new dwarf. But yeah, no, your dwarf does not exist in this timeline. Landing a capsule to the moon for the moon this month into orbit. Should you pay $25 for a campsite outside of Daytona so you can set up in the morning and drive down to Cape Canaveral for an 8:30 a.m. launch? Sounds like a fun camping trip. Worth the 25. I would do that, and I don't really care about rockets. I don't think so, Gate Nerd. The current living dwarves in the fort are Banana the Third. Wait, what? Mist Runner. Bloodcat 17, Red Octobear, Tygozar the Third, Zindros, Hoshan, Jimmy Tibby, Navy, Rory, Arch, Lethargicus, Hops, Frog, Do It, Paranoid, Metroid, Blue Space Weeb, Stone, Volleylol, Massive, Diamond Destruct, Disco the Third, Merc, Malden, the Scoid, Anthony, Anonimo, and Little M Katsu are the dwarves in the fort currently. This is our defensive structure. We had to rebuild it because I wanted to potentially actually survive the humans when they attack. So we rebuilt this thing. We rebuilt it in the last stream. And we're going to be working on this. This is the... where's the drain lever? Let's pull that lever. We're going to be working on this and prettying it up and making it... good. You haven't been here for like 2 weeks? TLDR on why the fort died. It wasn't dead. It was dying. Yes, the humans declared war. So the humans declare war in year 400 of Longdeath. One of the bigger human faction declared war on us. And I didn't have any time to prepare for it. And the first few fights went kind of bad. We lost a bunch of dwarves around the fringes while we were setting up defenses. We set up defenses, and then... I had a really quick solution with water, and we needed to clean up bodies, and between that and sieges, moods went down the absolute toilet, and I was dealing with multiple loyalty cascades. So it was either expel 2/3 of the fort or lose the fort was where we were sitting in 411. So we time traveled back to year 400 to try that again. Or rather, from year 406 back to year 405. Or from 411 to 405 to try again and take another swing at it. And I've this time pre-built a trap out of lava. The humans still attacked us. We're still at war with the humans. The only difference is I have this lava trap because I had an extra 6 months to prep instead of a fire or a water trap. which I can do much quicker but with less prep time. So we have this, which should be able to completely annihilate the human threat without, endangering my fortress as much. Basically, I underestimated because I'm playing on an old version of the game, right? This version of the game's stress is kind of ridiculous. And it's something that Zach and Tarn have put a lot of time into nerfing since then. And it's in a much better... The stress is in a much more manageable place, but I kind of underestimated it because it had been so long since I've played this version. So I got just kind of completely wrecked by the stress. So, yeah, warm baths. Yes, we are throwing spicy rocks at them. Yeah, I've built this lava trap, essentially. It should be big enough, and worst case scenario, we'll have to kill a few humans around the fringes, but it is more than enough for us to take out the bads. So, unfun question. Do we consider the primary goal failed technically because you're going to 1,000 for shits and giggles now? You can. No, not really. I don't know how I feel. This is just a fort that I play now. If you consider the goal to be failed, yeah, I could see that. Chat overwhelmingly said to reset back 4 years when it was happening, so I don't know. As YouTube comments said, one save scum in 400 years is pretty good. It's pretty good. All things considered, with the exceptions of a few crashes I had over the years. Bedrock459, thank you very much for the first notification of money of the stream. Much appreciated. Helping keep this channel funded for an 18th month. Cheers, man. I wouldn't get to do this job if it wasn't for people funding this stream and keeping this channel bankrolled. Helping me make that sweet 30,000 a year. You watch this for the Dwarven flavor soap opera? I mean, for whatever it's worth, there was a couple save scums in Archcrystal, to my knowledge, of similar lengths of time, of just a couple years at a time. So I don't know if that makes it better or worse, but personally, don't think it's, it doesn't seem like it failed. It seems more like a confluence of problems, like, only, like, one of which was my fault, really, and not being set up for a... Yeah, I mean, I think it was poor decision-making on my part, and then there was some mismanagement. Like, I could have done better, being honest. I'm also playing on a version of the game where, stress is way harsher than it should be. Yo, what's up, buddy? It's good to see you. How's things? Thanks for the raid. Yeah, can I get some beers for the raiders? Last I checked in, you were just grinding V Rising. I don't know what you're up to these days, but we're just watching dwarfs run around. Getting into constant streaming? Hell yeah. Yeah, no, I saw something about that on Twitter. V Rising fan art? Okay, so still playing V Rising. Technically the same thing, yeah. It's the difference between drawing League of Legends characters and playing League of Legends. The only difference between drawing League of Legends characters and playing League of Legends is you don't need to listen to other people playing League of Legends when you're drawing League of Legends characters. But hell yeah. Chat, go give Buddy a follow. Or send a raid our way. Does art and things. Is it normal for dwarves to fall off waterfalls and just you just had 2 new migrants near a waterfall and for no reason they fell into it? That's not unusual. I wouldn't say it's normal, but it's not unusual. I wouldn't say it's hilarious. Did they drown? You got an appointment soon. Cheers. Thank you very much for the raid. We don't get a lot of raids around here, and today we've gotten 2. Kind of an anomaly, actually. I can't remember the last time I had 2 raids in a day. It's crazy. But I had a waterfall in a recent fort that had 5 dwarves drown out of 1 migrant wave. Like, they just, I don't know, they just tried to climb over it and just whoop. Splat. 1 drowned, the other got out somehow. Well, that's good that one of them got out. I mean, such is the risks of living near a waterfall. I would recommend going to right where they tried to cross and building a bridge there. That's what I would recommend, is go to right where they tried to cross and slap a bridge down right there. Because that'll probably resolve that issue, at least temporarily. But that is kind of hilarious. But you would also be for the save restore, by the way. You think that 1,000 years is interesting from the point of pushing the game and its engines to its limits regardless of saves coming. I'll also say this. If people knew how often Krug Smash went back to backups, I'll just say that. If only people knew how often Krug Smash went back to save backups. Because things don't always go according to plan. I mean, it's when you're contorting the game into telling a story you want it to tell. It's like saying that TV shows have outtakes, you know? You guys just got to see the bonus reel before the main show continued. You know what I mean? It's like we just did a season of outtakes. That's it's fine. It's like the bonus episode at the end of the 10 episode set. You get the episode 11, which is just the outtakes. They're both traumatized after seeing someone die and content with being near a waterfall. I mean, typical dwarves. Whispering suggestions in the general direction of a hurricane. I like that almost as much as the herding cats one, which is also pretty common. I'm going to move some unicorns down here. Specifically, some unicorn foals. We're also fully training up my military to be ready for battle. I've re-kitted them all with steel gear, so we should be good on that front. Also trying to maintain a couple of dwarves that went completely bonkers in the alternate timeline. These unicorns booking it around down here. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that one save scum. I think, like, if I have to, like, go back to saves every couple of weeks, we'll call it dead. But for me personally, I don't think that we've failed the main goal, because the main goal is to get it to 1,000 years. Doesn't necessarily need to be in one timeline. I think it's optimal if it is, but if it's not, I'm not going to lose sleep over it, and I'm also not going to forfeit the whole thing over that. I think a failure for me would be having to retire the fort and reclaim it. That would be a failure. That would be the main thing that I think I could point at and be like, that is a failure. Would be if I had to go back to a save file. You did what I asked? Beat my score? Trying to think, what did I ask you to do today? Aside from beat my score. second notification of money of the day. Thank you very much, Dragon Man, for keeping that Prime sub alive for a 30th month. Congratulations, you're now entering your dirty 30s. Somebody said that once, probably. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Dragon Man keeping that sub alive as we put our unicorns in the basement for safekeeping purposes? But you subscribed early this month? I don't know what that means in this context. But regardless, second notification of money of the day. Much appreciated. Thanks, dude. Also, chat room investments are open. So I gather you're enjoying the illicit cheese trade, Stone? I think I might actually like make that a nightly thing for a bit. Like every night just play like one run of Cheese Runner. That game is so stupid, but like, I don't know, I'm weirdly compelled by it. Apparently it's like inspired by a short film, by the way, about the same thing. A short animated film, which is not available to be viewed anywhere in the world anymore. There's some sad, sad dwarves in this fort. But not all of them I can do stuff about. I also kind of want to see, what's the quality of our clothing right now? Seeing some X's. Don't actually think that we need to, no, we're good. Even this real sad dwarf over here in the corner is good. Of He Who Fights with Monsters. I am about halfway through this very interesting book, Confessions of a Recovering Engineer, which is literally just about city planning and road design. I'm a very interesting person who reads interesting, fun books. Turns out I have to walk on roads. I want to read about how they can make them not shit. You need something that you can play on the gerb? I have two recommendations. The first one is Cheese Runner. And then the second one is more realistically the War Sim, probably. War Sim's a real easy game to get away with playing on the job. You could play through a year of War Sim in about 5 minutes. Just do it like 1 year at a time. Slash our fuck cars. You know, thank Not Just Bikes for selling me that book, by the way. I was like, oh, it's 20 bucks for a hardcover? Fuck yeah, I'll buy that. Like $22 on Prime. I was like, all right, sure, why not? I'll pick that up. Risk of Rain 2 is not a 15-minute loop, dude. Slash our Found Satan. Is that the one where there's just pictures of Satan everywhere? Or am I thinking of something else? Oh, it's just people being assholes. I get it. Not the subreddit I was thinking of. Just having a glance at it. Also, why would you be so mean to Satan like that? Satan's kind of chill, frankly. Going on about comparing all these people that are just being mean to Satan is like, man, why you gotta be so mean to Satan like that? Found an asshole, more like. Yeah, I was thinking of like one of those, because there's a couple subreddits I've stumbled on over the years that are just like, here's like a picture of a tree, and it looks like there's a face on it. And there's one, except it's like everything just looks kind of like the goat head. So, not the one that I was thinking of, I guess. It's like they'll fly over like somebody's house and there will just be like an upside down cross on the roof and stuff like that. I'm not familiar with that series, but I'm also not going to read a synopsis, so. But yeah, high replayability and actually, you know what I would recommend is high replayability in very short sessions. Tygo, it's Downwell. If you want like an action game, also like $3. Downwell is pretty fantastic. It's just a little, you go down. That's the whole point of it. That's all you go down. That's all you do is you go down. Little run-based arcade thing. Apparently Steam version requires DRM. Doesn't have Linux version though. Whoops, wrong button. Trying to think. It do go down? I mean, Downwell do in fact go down. Yes, this is true. I'm trying to think of other games that are good short play sessions that one could play at work. With high replayability specifically. I mean, there's Vampire Survivors. Not that I'm like legitimately recommending that game or anything. Aw. Oh, actually, I know what you should play. Into the Breach got its advanced edition today. Or yesterday? Yeah. So, Into the Breach is what I'd recommend. Frankly. I mean, it's 33% off right now. It's $11 Canadian monies. Yeah, I know. I'd say Into the Breach. Also, a real easy game to like save and minimize and come back to. Really easy game for that sort of thing. It got tiring after 5 months. I don't know. I mean, I think like all of those recommendations, even like Risk of Rain 2 is like a legit recommendation because you could like save and quit at each boss, but I don't know. I don't know if I would recommend Risk of Rain 2 for 15-minute sessions though. Chat, recommend a game that is like affordable and has high replayability that most of the rounds of play is about 15 minutes. Recommend a game. I think I might give the military a break because they have been training for about a year and a half. Give the military a little break. Let them come help with smoothing stuff and moving stuff around. I don't think it necessarily needs to be on mobile. I usually die within 15 minutes in Noida. That's fair. But I'm thinking about Noida where it's just like, there's that one run that takes, what, 37 hours or something? Auto chess? You know, actually, I think I could legitimately recommend, like, Dota Underlords or Auto Pets, though. Like, Super Auto Pets is, like, a legit neat little thing. Even though, like, all of the pieces in that game are just emojis. But Super Auto Pets is pretty cool. And it's free. Same with Dota Underlords. Sun/Dark Sun Annihilation run? Sure. I don't know. I never got that deep into Noida. I just know that those runs exist. Also, checkers. That's a fun one. Stuff like Nuclear Throne. Oh, I mean, fucking probably. I never played Nuclear Throne because I can't handle large amounts of screen shake. I don't know if they ever added, like, options to disable that stuff, but I kind of doubt it, knowing Rami. So I don't know. Become dull due to Overwatch spam meta? Okay, so that game doesn't even have an Overwatch option. I mean, I'm planning on streaming some Into the Breach, but Into the Breach is not... It's not a tactics game in the XCOM sense. How do I explain how Into the Breach works? Into the Breach is like... It's a time travel game. So the enemies choreograph their next attack, and most of the mechs that you have, like... very few of them have, like, a gun that you shoot, right? They're all, like... It's a gust of air that comes out of the mech and it pushes a thing over by one tile, or it's like a randomly generated puzzle game almost more than a tactics game. And it'll be stuff like, oh, you can jump a mech into an area and then the 4 squares get pushed out a circle. And the whole point is to stop the kaiju from killing buildings. So it's more of a, I need to push this here to hit this. So instead of shooting my building, you friendly fire this guy before he blows up that building, and then when he friendly fires that moves another guy out of the way so that another dude friendly fires the first guy, and then your last mech the next turn pushes the last kaiju into a lake. It's that kind of thing instead of like Overwatch, sit at a door. It's not that. It's much more of a puzzle game. It's the puzzle game disguised to like as a tactics game since it's chaining. Sure, yeah. I mean, I'm planning on playing some more of it this week. The problem is I lost I had almost everything unlocked in that game, and then I lost my save file, and then I re-unlocked most part of it. I can't remember how much of it. And now I'm sitting here going like, I have to go unlock everything again. Rube Goldberg's XCOM? Yeah, kind of, a little bit. Although there's no dominoes. And no weird, like, fan thing attached to a rubber band. Chronicon. I'm not familiar with that one. Is it anything like, Heroes of Hammerwatch? I knew it was Hammer something. Nikon. I'm curious about this because oh yeah, it is a little action RPG. Huh. It's like Pixel Diablo. Neat. Yeah, no, there's no chance. If there's no % chance to hit, it's not an XCOM style game. So, yeah, I don't know. I will say, Tygo, Into the Breach is one of the best games I think I've ever played in my life. It's also maybe one of the worst games for streaming I think I've ever seen in my entire life. Just because all of the enemy moves are choreographed, if chat is better at the game than streamer, it is a test of both streamer and chat's patience. But it is a very well-designed game. Also, I don't know what season it is, but the season just ended. Just realized this. We'll have to check. I didn't look when I loaded the game up. Also, I've just moved Into the Breach back up to my to-do list. on my Steam library. It kind of doesn't help that I spent a whole day this week playing goddamn cat game. Rumbles. Wasted so much time being a cat that I have to, like, play catch-up for the rest of the week. It's still just bonkers to me how well Stray is doing, though. It's ridiculous. The game had 50,000 concurrent people this morning playing it. What time of year is it? Early spring. All right, 1st of spring. I don't think anybody died. 1st of spring. The year 408. Fortress is 403 years old. Being a cat never wasted time. I don't know about that, man. Chat has the number advantage of just time. Oh, of course. Yeah, no, chat will always, like, that's the rule of streaming puzzle games. Chat will always figure out the puzzle before the streamer because there's a hive mind involved. Chat will always figure out the puzzle first. And if that's frustrating for chat, then it makes it difficult to stream. Another thing that you could play is you could play Last Call BBS, the last game from Zachtronics. Did I like Stray? You played for 2 hours and found it kind of meh? I loved it, but you also need to remember that I really enjoy low difficulty, low thinking, like story-based adventure games. I really enjoy that type of game. So I could see, like, if you're a very mechanics-driven gamer, I could see you going meh at it because it is light. But I don't know. I like little action. Like, my favorite game, my 2 favorite games of all time are Inside and Portal 1, with, like, Half-Life 2 being really high up there. And that game just kind of feels like those kinds of things. It's, you know, it's the stealth sections aren't hard. The jumping isn't hard. Like, the running bits aren't hard. Like, there's nothing about that game that's, like, mechanically demanding. And so for me, it's just like, I'm just going to enjoy this fucking vibe and run around in this cool environment and just talk to people and pretend to be a cat for 10 hours. I really liked it. I paid for it. I didn't get a press key or anything. I bought it with my own money and I enjoyed it. It was fine. I really liked the music. I really enjoy the animations. I like the vibe. The story was kind of neat. Kept me going. Predictable, but kept me going. I don't know. I liked it. I'm not the sort of person who's just going to be like, played a game for 2 hours and I go, meh. If I've played a game for 2 hours already, I'll finish it probably. Especially if it's that type of game. But I don't know. I found the movement and the visuals to be enough for me to want to finish a game like that. But, you know, to each their own. In what way did you find it meh? Did you find it mechanically meh? Or like... Because, like, I think that the level design in that game is pretty fucking flawless, actually. It's really nice to see that kind of level design where it's just like, the next thing you need to do is, like, right in front of you, but it's nice to play a game that has no mini-maps, you know? Like, I think that there's a world where Stray came out and it had, like, an overworld map for each zone and, like, fucking icons everywhere, and I would have hated it. But because it was, like, just kind of... It felt organic in the way that you explore stuff, was neat. And I like that. I think if Stray had a map, I would have hated it. Also, hello, Aquasar. It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Also, chat room, this is kind of a dwarfy subject, but it requires some homework to have already been done, so if you haven't seen it, this isn't relevant. But to anybody who watched the Zach and Tarn talk I put up on YouTube and streamed last week, should I have Tekid on again? Was he a good addition? I think he was a great addition, but I'm curious to know what you guys think. Because the secret's out of the bag. My whole goal with that show is to recapture the feel of the old DF Talk episodes that Zach and Tarn used to do with Captain-tastic and Rainseeker. But those have been gone for a long time, and those two guys don't play the game anymore. so it's not really a relevant thing that they can do anymore, unfortunately. So I'm curious to know. He deleted it though because they didn't want to. It was a short-lived branch, anyways. It was. I know what those. I know those are words. Don't know what they mean. But also, Marius, my VOD for Stray goes up tomorrow on YouTube. The entire playthrough. So if you want to see chunks of it, you can just do that too. I will say they need to fix the clipping issues in the slums area. Like clipped into 2 different walls in that zone. Let's go all the way down to here. I don't actually need to smooth all of this. I just kind of want to. I also kind of want to recolor it. Like I want to recolor this to all just be brown. I got all this lovely mudstone over here. Might as well use it. That's nice, not mudstone. But how's your week been, Aqua? Surviving the heat? Cause jeez. Cause jeez. That's all I really got to say on that one. But yeah, my goal with the Bay 12 talks that I guess we do every 4 months now, is to just kind of replicate the feeling of those old podcasts. That is my goal, is to replicate those feelings. Speaking of cute games where you get to be an animal, turns out cat more popular than fox because fox has only got 45% positive reviews, or only 45%, or only 45 reviews, 91% positive. The cute game where you get to be a fox family. So cat's better than foxes. Also, elves are here to trade. Having more of a narrative and more of a technical person makes for good balance. That's kind of what I was thinking, is because like I'm not very technical when it comes to Dwarf Fortress, right? Like you'll never see me messing around with the if-then statements in the conditions screen, right? Like you'll literally never see me fucking around in that screen. It's just not what I care to mess about with. That being said, you do absolutely see him do that all the time, so I like to think that we kind of play off each other pretty well. And I think that makes for kind of a good show to a degree. We're gonna wait for them to bring all these boulders over and fill this in just a little bit, and then we're gonna go trade. Well, actually, I can just trade on the offside. Request trader, prep, 3 meal pots. So the AC has been okay for you. You think that the humidity is giving you a headache regardless? Ugh. Also means that you both have different things to ask. Yeah, generally. Also, I keep up with the game a lot more than he does. So, you know, like I'll ask Tarn a lot of questions, but I'll already know what the answer is going to be because I read every single one of the devlogs. I read every single one of the Future of the Fortresses. I read all of the reports. I read everything about Dwarf Fortress. Like it's kind of my job. I keep up on all of it. So I know everything that they're working on. And in a lot of cases, like people will ask questions and I'll just like not even bother having them there because I know what the answer is already going to be. But for somebody like Tekid who maybe doesn't, I think it makes those questions interesting again. It's literally my job. Yeah, it literally is my job. It's a huge portion of my job. It's not the if my entire job was reading Bay 12's posts, I'd work a lot less hours every week. So it's a portion of my job. For sure. People are weirded out because you're physicist, and like programming, but in games you always want to be naive and clueless as a sack of potatoes. For you, immersion is everything, and you're more of an escapist than you're willing to admit. I think that being an escapist can be a very positive thing if it benefits you. You love the level design, and the overgrown lost places are your favorite type of zones in every game. But up to the point in the conversation, it felt so meaningless because no one ever has anything to say interesting other than it felt so the same. Plus, it crashed on you a few times. Oh, really? It's because of 15 gigabyte memory that you use. Yeah, I didn't have any problems with crashing. Like I said, I managed to soft lock the game twice because I clipped into walls. But again, that was my own fault because I found a wall that I felt that I could clip into and then fiddled with it for a minute and clipped into it. Probably something to do with your judgment. You just heard you talking about it and you wanted to know how you liked it. Gotcha. Okay, so you are planning on finishing it? Gotcha. When you said 2 hours, I usually assume that people just refund it because that's the 2 hour mark is like where you can easily get a refund for a game. I'll say yes. If I like my biggest criticism for the game is the dialogue leaves something to be desired, but they're also all robots. And I think where the dialogue is good, the dialogue is actually pretty good. Like the dialogue in your little friend B12 has pretty good dialogue, and like the actual characters have interesting dialogue for the most part. I think that game struggles the most in its average NPC writing. I think that the average NPC just has like nothing interesting to say, and that's kind of not a letdown, but maybe the only real bummer that game has. As far as the environments go, that opening area is really fucking cool. The second area that you go through, or like the main area that you spend like that first hub area, the slums, is probably the least interesting of the areas, in my opinion. Which is fine, but it's also an area that you spend a lot of time in. The roofs are kind of neat. The fact that you can like go up to the rafters and like go around on the roofs, but like I think that the midtown area, the upper area that you go to a little bit later, is way more interesting, and I think that the limited levels that you pop into for a little bit and pop out of that are practically fucking nightmare factories are really cool. I really like the level design for the tailor-made zones and the way they lay things out. But it is kind of a shame that they don't have as much of the kind of overgrown apocalyptic areas. Which is why I was saying earlier today that I would give them $10 for an expansion pack that's just like another zone after the game ends. Because I'd really love to like run around the outside again. Of any game? You were so amazed at first? I'll say that the game kind of replicates that again later on. There's a point where you're traveling from a point to a different point, and it brings that feeling back of like, oh my god. So there are other cool zones in the game. I think you lurk significantly more than Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap does Aquatsar. No, as I will, like, you'll say hello maybe once or twice in a week, and Aqua will be here for like 4 or 5 hours at a time, just talking constantly, so. Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to just call you? It's like, I could say Sar and Aqua, or I could say Aquasar and Aquafunkalistic, or I don't know. It sucks that both of you guys have Aqua at the beginning of your name, but it makes it kind of awkward. I'm funny. All right, let's go down here and trade with these silly elves. Yeah, I deserve that facepalm. Thank you, elves, for your generous trade of not invading me yet. Oh, also, Baron Breakfast keys are going out, so expect everybody to be streaming Baron Breakfast next week. Or a lot of people to be streaming that next week. It's a management game where you run a bed and breakfast is a bear. Because it's video games. barony? I didn't say barony. I said bear and breakfast. It does look cute, yeah. It's shallow, but looks cute. You can be awkward one, and that's okay. So we have Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap and Awkward Sar. Got it. Awkward with a Q. No, I said bear and breakfast, not baron and breakfast. Can you eat the guests? No. I think if you want to eat the guests, you're stuck going to Rusty Lake. Also, shoutouts to Rusty Lake for being bloody cool. Stone, you're really strong. Look at how fast this dwarf moves while carrying a boulder. It's kind of crazy, actually. Admittedly, is a militia captain, but... But I think the reason I like Stray so much, and I feel like I've been talking about Stray this entire stream, but the reason I like Stray so much, and the reason I think it deserves the praise it gets, is because it's the first game that I've played in, I don't know, maybe 10 years that has captured almost the exact same feeling that most Valve games have in their structure. As in, like, Portal 2 does this. Portal does this. Portal 2 does this. Half-Life does this. Half-Life 2 does this. Where it opens up with a sequence of... Apparently Prey does this too. I didn't play Prey 2, but apparently Prey does that too. Or Prey. Just... Not Prey 2. Just Prey. Does this. Where you have an opening sequence that puts you into a state of awe. And then it rips that away and you spend the rest of the game trying to earn that thing back. It's like... Half-Life... It's the train sequence. Half-Life 2, it's the train sequence into the city. In Portal, it's that intro sequence, or Portal 2 specifically, it's the intro sequence where you're smashing into shit in that shipping container with Wheatley. In Portal, it's the intro sequence where you're, like, talking to GLaDOS and locked in a jail cell, essentially. And every single one of those games just, like, starts off with a very interesting intro sequence, and then you're trying to work back to that. I guess Portal 1 not so much, but Portal 2 definitely. Half-Life and Half-Life 2 as well. SI? And accidentally writing C instead of is? I don't generally write SI backwards, but sometimes, like, when I'm writing bed, I need to, like, wrap my brain around which letter goes first. Like, when I was little, I used to write bed backwards all the time. And I write Deb instead of bed. But I don't think maybe as a typo. I don't think I've ever gotten is backwards. And I really like how well Stray captures that kind of feeling. Not a lot of developers do that. And it's very rare to see it done successfully. Valve design is good. I like Valve design. Oh, in business. Bussiness? I don't think so. I generally just write business. So, no, I don't think so. Maybe your brain's just, like, tuned to the word busyness. Hold on, did they remaster Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance? Or is this just a port? Your brain's a lot of things. I think most people could say that, yeah. Just fixing those floors, making everything look uniform. Not that I need to, but I am. Frame rate's great. Jeez. People always ask me what the frame rate is for this fort. It's like, we're above 45 right now. We're like about almost 50 frames a second. With like some slight hiccups, but it's like, shit's just running smooth. It's lovely. It's so nice. Can't let the dwarves do too much non-stop construction like this because they do get restless, but... Gotta be careful so that they don't get too tired of their jobs. But yeah, so far the VOD portion of the last Bay 12 talk has done pretty damn well. It's got like 13,000 views, which I'm very happy with. Just pretty damn good for like, what, the 4 or 5 days that it's been up. So made me like $30 in revenue, which is not much, but you know, it is what it is. YouTube's gonna tube. Somehow, though, it's got one of the higher amounts of dislikes out of all of the chats I've done with Zach and Tarn. It only is 98.2% positive. Only 98.2% positive. 12 people disliked it enough to dislike it. Which is impressive, in my opinion. I genuinely think that's kind of impressive. Who would dislike a conversation recording with Zach and Tarn Adams? And come on. It is pretty good for YouTube. I'm not actually complaining. I'm just kind of rambling. I do want to say, though, I think I know who it is, though. The people who don't like it. There are some people, and, you know, chat, you guys can agree with this if you want. I don't care. There are some people that feel that the audio for the talks I do with Zach and Tarn is really bad. Yeah, no, I don't think it's the exact release date. I'm pretty sure it's, well, I mean, maybe, but those people are just silly. If people are actually disliking it because there isn't a specific release date, then they're just silly, and that's fine. Lots of people are silly. No, what I think it is like there are some people who think that the audio is bad, and while I get it, I also don't fully get it, because being honest, I don't know how I would do the audio better. Because like, Zach and Tarn are not audio people. They literally just have a standing mic sitting in front of the computer, and it's both of them in one room talking into the same microphone with their speakers on so that they can hear us. Frankly, I'm amazed it sounds as good as it does. Like, I do think like they could both have separate microphones. They could be in separate rooms on separate computers, and I could make it sound a lot better then. But considering it's two of them in one room talking into the same microphone, I think it sounds completely fine. You know? I think I do my damnedest, and I'm pretty sure that's what those dislikes are. Is just people being like, it's also like there's pretty consistently every single Dwarf Fortress thing I do gets about 5 dislikes, and I think it's almost always the same people. There's a few people that will just dislike whatever I do that's Dwarf Fortress related, and that's fine. If you dislike me enough to dislike all of my news videos, then you know what? More power to you, I guess. Engagement's engagement. So some of it's probably that, but I'm pretty convinced it's just because like the audio isn't better. And I've thought over the years about how I can like improve Zach and Tarn's audio. And everything just kind of comes down to just being kind of condescending. And it's just like, well, you know what? Honestly, go back and listen to some of the old Future of the Fortresses and hear like the background buzzing and the poor audio that they have there. And it's like my audio is pretty good considering they're basically phone interviews. Tackett is a good addition. Gotcha. You know, he's the third person I've asked. Well, I mean, let's say, okay, so Ed exactly. There's trolls and there's people who give feedback untactfully, right? Concern yourself with people who give feedback regardless of if they're tactful about it, right? Like, somebody gave me feedback on a video the other day, and they were very non-tactful about it, which made them come across as a dick. But I still, understand the feedback, you know? Like, the people that are just like, man, Tarn's audio sounds like shit. It's like, yeah, it does. But I know that I made it sound as best as I could, right? I balanced it as best I could. And yes, there's a few points in that video where he completely overpowers both of us volume-wise, but frankly, I think you guys are there to hear Tarn talk primarily, with Zach talking as well. And, you know, if there's two people in one room both talking to the same microphone, there's only so much I can do. there's a point where it's like, yeah, I can go through and, like, re-level the audio, which I did, but it's like, there's only so much I can do. Fundraiser, gift them some good mics and an interface? Yeah, but then I need them to be in separate rooms or alternatively set them up perfectly, and I don't know if they'd do that. I've thought about... I don't know how much space Tarn has, but I've thought about buying some nice mics and an interface and then just getting on a bus and going down to where they live, because it's like a 5-hour bus trip from here. Just go down to where they live and just set it up for them. Just being like Canadian... Although that would be fucky. Like, imagining traveling across the border with a bunch of expensive audio gear and then not traveling back with it and convincing them that I didn't sell it. Because they'll be like, well, you traveled down with a bunch of gear. Why aren't you traveling back with it? Well, I gave it to somebody. Are you sure you didn't sell it to somebody? I'm positive I didn't sell it to somebody. Ugh. Going to the States is such a fucking pain. It could be an interesting episode on YouTube. I mean, I have a weird... Okay, so... Some of you guys probably watch NoClip, right? NoClip video on YouTube. Danny O'Dwyer and friends making video game documentaries about various AAA and other neat video games of that sort. They put out a video basically announcing that they were going on a road trip post-pandemic, right? Or now that the pandemic stuff's cooled down enough that it's like you can see small amounts of people. Maybe don't go to a big convention. But, you know, you can basically go back to normal, all things considered. And as part of that, they're just like, yeah, we're going to be traveling all the way up the West Coast. And in this video, they highlight a bunch of studios along the West Coast. They didn't say any specific names of who they'd be visiting, but they're just saying, we can revisit old friends. And one of the videos that they cited for the West Coast was Tarn Adams. And I look at that and I go, you guys recorded something for the release of that game? But yeah, I don't know. I also don't really have the camera gear to... Like, I have a GoPro. I don't really have the camera gear to film something like that for YouTube, the wave depletion, unfortunately. I mean, I could use the GoPro, but the GoPro's not the optimal tool for that job. Like, literally, this is the only camera I own, aside from, like, my phone. So, how's the fort going, Jack Norrick? It's going pretty good. I'm beautifying my murder tunnel. Just as you do. But yeah, beautifying the murder tunnel. Waiting for the humans to siege again. Have we had invaders in this timeline? Yes, we have. But they've been significantly less aggressive for some reason. Like on the original timeline, it was like 5 raids in the first year. That hasn't happened yet. But I'm also not certain if it was 5 raids in the first year or 5 raids after I finished the trap, and I can't remember exactly how long it took me to finish the trap, so I have a feeling we're going to be in for some spicy years pretty soon. So, just being careful with stuff. While camping with Zach and Tarn. I don't know. Does Zach and Tarn strike you as maybe they'd be camp. I'm not quite certain I would point at them as like the kind of people to go camping, but maybe they'd go like, you know, like take an RV up to a campground. Yeah, I could see them doing that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really have the correct gear to do something like that. Like the thought has crossed my mind, but it's really not my skill set. Although that being said, like it's actually not a very good interview if you know a lot about Dwarf Fortress, but the On Doubt interview that was done with Zach and Tarn is really cool to me. Which is just like that 30-minute video. Most people who play Dwarf Fortress have probably seen it, but like these two videos, what happens when it becomes a game and the depth of storytelling. Like these two videos are both really fucking cool to me. I really, 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 really like those videos. Even though like the person making this video is very clearly not super knowledgeable about Dwarf Fortress. It would be cool to do though. I would be down for the opportunity to, you know, be able to put Tarn on a sofa and then talk with him, but I'd super be down to bring down a bunch of like Rode microphones and little interface and all that stuff and do some stuff in person with them, but I feel like at this point, you know, with the pandemic being as it is, I wouldn't want to intrude on anybody. Not for a while, anyway. I wouldn't really feel comfortable doing that just yet. If I were to do that, it would be like outside in a field. Which would also be kind of neat, potentially, but I don't know. It's probably not going to happen, so. I don't know how I would do it. But how's Jack and Rick doing? I'm just kind of rambling on about weird ideas. I think I'm much more likely to just go camping and bring a camera and film my friend being an idiot. I think I'm much more likely to just do that. Because I am going camping again this weekend. Going up the mountain again. The fact that it's just like a $3 bus ride and then a $20 Uber to go backpacking is pretty thumbs up. The one that you're watching. Everything else is on pause and not really being thought about or worried about. It's literally just the construction and like proper setup of this trap. That's the only thing currently in the works. Going to trivia? What kind of trivia? As in, like, is there a specific theme or is it just trivia? To the mountains? Yeah, I mean, because the base of Seymour is at the far end of North Van. So it's basically just get off at Burrard Street in Vancouver, get onto the take the train to Burrard Street, which is just a SkyTrain station. Get off there, get on the Burrard Street bus, which goes all the way to the far end of North Van, which goes all the way up to an area called Park Gate, which is basically as far away as public transit goes in that direction, which takes you to about 6 kilometers from the base of the mountain. And then you just take an Uber up to there. So it's literally like bus all the way out to Park Gate, which is 30 minutes on the train and then 30 minutes on a bus, and then catch an Uber. I mean, we could theoretically walk from there because it's only 6 kilometers, but it's 6 kilometers up a mountain. So we could walk, but like, 6 kilometers on a mountain, on a road with no shoulders, pass. Pass. Don't know. They're the ones that invited you. All right. Well, good luck. Please report back on how it goes. You miss living at the base of mountains? There's another spot that we want to try going to, which is out on Salt Spring Island, but that would probably be a 2-nighter. So if we do it, it would be a Friday, Saturdays, and then we'd come back Sunday. I'm really starting to think about buying 1 or 2 other cameras that are a little bit nicer than this one and taking them with and doing like wilderness camping and stealth camping videos, because I did also go fucking stealth camping this past weekend. I literally just went out to a public park and slept in it. But again, I don't know how I would do it, is the actual problem. It's like I could do it, it's just I don't know how I would execute it. I'm not that good of a filmmaker, I guess, is the easiest way to put it. Like, I really don't know the first thing about how to go about doing... Wait, what? Why is Disco getting chained up? Did I forget to do something for the king? Oh. Okay, I did. It's also only 30 days. That's not so bad. Make crutches? Sorry about that, king. Also sorry about that, Disco. Let's hope that you like being in prison. I'll pay attention to you for a sec. It's only 30 days. That's actually fine. It's a very short sentence. Guilty after being confined. Well, that's not very good. But you'll be okay, probably. Yeah, I say largely the mountains don't have much public transit to them. That one is just kind of an exception. Wave depletion. Like, getting to Golden Years is significantly harder, as an example. Getting to Alouette Mountain is significantly harder. Getting to Jackass Mountain is almost impossible. Getting to Squamish is like a 5-hour bus ride. And that doesn't even get you to the mountain. So I think this is kind of like the only one where it's really I can point at it and be like, yeah, that's the one that we can do an overnighter with. Every other one, it's like, it's going to be a 2-night. Because once you take that much time to get somewhere, you might as well spend some time up there, you know? So it's kind of basically this and grouse, and you're not allowed to camp up grouse. Grouse exists for the grouse grind, and friends don't make friends do the grouse grind. It's just the most work you'll ever put into walking up a mountain. Jackass Mountain sounds like a place beside the stupid lake. No, it's one of those things that's just been named that for like 200 years. And the name just kind of stuck. Investments are open, though. But it is a real place. It's a mountain in the North Cascades of the Cascade Range of southwestern British Columbia, Canada, located 18 kilometers away from Lytton, and 9 kilometers south of Mount Lytton, which Layton. It was named for the mule trains that ventured north of the Caribou gold fields. Apparently, some did not make it over the bluff and perished in the fall. Hence, the name Caribou Road was built over the route and the hill. Something. Rugged rock and a lot of granite. Yeah, it's real. Sounds like a place from Discworld. Actually, yeah, if you put it that way. Does kind of sound like something from Discworld. No, it's a real place. I swear. I've been there. I've hiked up it. It's nice. As well as fucking. No, they renamed fucking to fudging. I wish I was making that up. Fucking Austria is no longer fucking Austria, which is a damn shame. It's now fudging Austria. They should have renamed it to hecking Austria, frankly. That would have been way better. But we have a place called Moose Jaw, though. Used to live in Hilda, Hawaii. I don't even know where that is. No idea where that is. They had to rename it because of American tourists? So they had to rename it to destroy their best industry. That's how I read that. I mean, come on, just put just sell t-shirts. Just say fucking Austria. I'm a tourist and I went to fucking. I don't know. This seems like a problem with a solution. I don't know. There's a place called Surprise. That's kind of funny. It's also known as Queen Charlotte. It's an island in northern BC. I mean, I know about Queen Charlotte. Just didn't know the other name that you used. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've seen, if not that exact video, a video similar to that. So I was, most of you probably know Simcopter, right? We're now into summer. Most of you probably know Simcopter, right? There was a clip of him playing GeoGuessr maybe like a year ago. And there's a town somewhere in Europe called Frick, F-R-I-C-K. And he's just like, okay, so we must be just south of Frick. And then he just like basically melts in his chair because he realized that he said frick, which he considers to be a curse word. And then like the next 20 minutes of his stream was just him apologizing for cursing. And his chat having a fucking panic attack laughing so hard. It was like, oh, you said frick. You big bad kid. Sim is such a wholesome soul, it hurts. Sometimes. Yeah, no. I really like backpacking. It's the only thing I actually enjoy about summer. Backpacking and camping. I feel like if I actually get to a point where I could boost a second YouTube channel with my YouTube channel to the point where it would make money, at that point I would consider actually making camping content, but I'm not going to do that until my current YouTube channel that I'm growing is bigger than it is right now. Probably post Steam release. Till then, I'm just going to stick and focus to one thing. Because splitting audiences is difficult, and splitting your time between multiple types of content is really difficult. And also there's the problem where the guy that I go camping with, Kevin, not the most politically correct individual. So, to the point where he was banned from my Twitch chat for a bit. And he's currently unbanned. I think he's allowed to come back, but yeah, let's just, I'll be generous and say he's not the most politically correct individual. So I'd have to be careful about what I showed, or I'd have to like edit stuff. And I wouldn't be able to stream because he'd be the sort of person who'd think it would be really funny to just say a thing and then suddenly I'm in trouble. That sounds like the name of a place. It would be even better if they had like a small community college or university so you could say you took a course in intercourse. Also, not going to be a dick or anything, but chat, you know, we're at 297 subscribers. It's 3 away. 3 hundo. I'm just saying. Pretty damn close. You know the pain you have to stop yourself from saying a lot of things. I mean, if you ever meet me in real life. How much longer are you in prison for there, Dwarf? 15 days? I don't know if I want to give you a beating, so. But what I am going to do.
Does this count as a subscriber?
I mean, I don't think it ups the number because you were already subscribed, but thank you very much for giving that sub alive for a 19th month. Welcome back, dude. I don't think it counts if you are already subbed, but I'm moving the mayor's office from where the mayor's office is to that prison cell so that the mayor can conduct a meeting with that prisoner. I mean, I'd live in hell. That sounds pretty great, actually. So, fun fact, the town that I grew up in changed their name because it rhymed with rainy. I grew up in a town called Haney, or rather right next to a town called Haney in a smaller part of town, which Linus Tech Tips' server is named after, or at least was named after for a very long time. I'm assuming they still got the same name. But they renamed, or rather they renamed the town of Haney to Maple Ridge. And the reason they did that was because everybody called it Rainy Haney, because it was like one of the wettest areas in the lower mainland. Why? That's pretty good. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Aquasar keeping that tier 2 subscription alive for our 19th month? That sub can drink. So that means you have to post beers. Welcome back, Half-Life Nerd. What's up, dude? But yeah, no, they changed their name from Haney to Maple Ridge because it was the locals got annoyed with it being called Rainy Haney, which I think is kind of hilarious. Now I live like an hour's drive from there. I've moved very far in my life. All right, so you're going to give this dwarf food and hopefully conduct a meeting. Did you conduct a meeting? Motherfucker. Oops. I literally moved your office to this dude's prison cell so that you could conduct a meeting, but I guess not. How's the time traveling going? I mean, we're finished the time travel. I have this built, so we're ready to be invaded. The humans seem to be less enthusiastic about invading me this time. It's kind of nice, frankly. Is that dwarf mad or in trouble? In trouble because I forgot to check a thing. Not that mad. Kind of mad. Getting less mad. Speaking of. If you don't make the things that the people in charge demand quick enough, then people get thrown in prison. So the king wanted crutches, and this dwarf got blamed for not making crutches fast enough. So they get to do 30 days in prison, which currently now is 9 days in prison. And they are a little stressed because of it. I mean, over the long term, she has been under a great deal of stress and is guilty after being confined, but excited remembering performing and felt gratitude after receiving food. And so hopefully we can let them out sooner rather than later in 9 days. Like a couple minutes here. And then they can go recover. We get to stare at them and babysit them for a bit. I need to brew more booze soon. Yeah, time traveling is going pretty well, Nuclear Sneeze. Pretty well. Looks like the right dwarf got blamed. Generally, what you want to see is repentant after being confined, because that's a personality thing. It doesn't matter whether or not they're actually guilty. Guilty is just the mood that they could currently be having. You want them to feel repentant after being confined, because then they actively improve their mood while they're in prison instead of feeling guilty. If they feel guilty, then their mood just gets worse, which isn't exactly where you want them to be at. Satan's Kingdom, Massachusetts? Sounds like my home. You have a mayor who wants a throne made of material. I hope you're talking about Dwarf Fortress and not you're at. Because, like, you know, we were talking about, like, hometowns and, like, places people live for a second there and various names of, funny names of towns. And then you're just like, man, well, I really, it's like, I want a throne made of uranium. Who the fuck would name a town that? Towns that have had names for a very long time? Bismuth bronze? Bismuth bronze is very easy to import. Most human factions have it. So if you're trading with humans, you could probably import some. At least it's a throne. Thrones are easy to make. Also, bismuth bronze isn't too hard to make if you have the materials, but I'm assuming you don't have the materials to make it. But that is an easy one to import. They usually just carry it. Also, you can check to see if they have, like, armor or other things that you could melt down out of those materials. The other humans that we're not at war with are here to trade, which is lovely. We got a lot of clothing to sell. Out of spite, maybe? Yeah, who knows? But I mean, it's not like... Let's just go to maps and see if I can find this thing. Yeah, I don't know. I think, like, at the end of the day, you need to just remember that not all places necessarily have names that age particularly well. Oh yeah, we have a Sass Mountain. That's yeah. I don't want to show this screen because it shows where I live, but there's a mountain here called Sass, S-A-S-S, which is also pretty good. So we have Jackass Mountain and Sass Mountain. So you can Sass Mountain after you climb Jackass Mountain. Or maybe only... Yeah, I'm not running DF Hack. I play vanilla. I go through jobs in this screen. Although, DF Hack isn't technically a mod, it's a memory hack, but, you know. If I play with mods, I like total conversion mods. Big fan of the Star Wars mod. Big fan of the Mushroom Kingdom mod. Trying to think which other ones have I played with. I played with a few. I like mods that just completely change the theming of the game. I don't really need external programs to manage stuff, though. Always seem to be a bit silly to me. Satan's Kingdom after the resident of Northfield walked out of the church where a sermon about fires in hell had been just given and saw a forest fire across the Connecticut River and observed that Satan's Kingdom was burning. That is a much less exciting answer than I was hoping from a place called Satan's Kingdom. That is the most fucking mundane, boring answer you can have to that. It's like, why'd you name this place Satan's Kingdom? And that's your answer. Someone blowing a raspberry. No answers are ever interesting? Well, I mean, it's just like... Okay, so on the topic of names that are funny in a lot of places. Up in the Alpine... Here, up most mountains, I actually saw one on the or heard one. I didn't see one, but heard one on the last trip that I was on. We have these little critters called pikas. P-I-K-As. Pikas. Pikas are a small rodent that allegedly Pikachu is based on. Anyway, they look like this. They're like rounder hamsters. They're tiny, I've seen them a couple of times. They're extremely fucking loud. Like, extraordinarily loud. And they scream their name. They scream Pika really loudly. We have these up in the Alpine, right? They're not super common. Cute as hell. And they will sometimes try and eat your food if you happen to have... Why do you have one in a jar? I really hope that you're like a scientific researcher or something. Anyway, yeah, they're I don't know what that is, but they're really cute little things, right? That means penis in 4 different languages. So, you know, some things also just don't translate super as well. They still have Fuckersburg, but I would say that Fuckersburg is better than fucking. That is a way better name. So I would totally steal a sign that says Fuckersburg on it and put that in my house. That's a sign that I would steal. Never seen one in person. I've seen multiple Pikas in person. But just like to give you an idea as to why like some places have funny ass names in certain places, it's just like, well, it may also just be a translation thing. Where it's like, oh, that seems way funnier than it actually is. It's like, oh, that's not actually funny at all, but... All right, Dwarf. Time to babysit you for a bit. Mayor gets his room back. Now we babysit Disco until he stops vomiting. Maybe he's a visual learner. As a visual learner, I support this message. I don't get it, Tygo. There's a hamlet in Nottingham named Zouch. The meaning of the name derives from the Old English term for poor ground. And being the Z in the name is the alphabetical... Huh. Oh, horn... I didn't even read that as horny. Okay. That's not how my brain reads that word. 'Cause I don't think that's how that's pronounced, but... I'm pretty sure there's a website for that if you really want to, you know, hang out with the horny police. Also, horny police are just people on Twitter who are just like, quit retweeting porn on Maine! God! Somebody did that to me yesterday. I was just scrolling through Twitter and looking at all these screenshots of Stray, and then suddenly it was just, boom, anal. I'm like, I don't... Okay. I see who retweeted that. Someone's account got compromised. Turns out it did. Their account had been compromised. Someone was just going and retweeting all of the porn until they got their account back. To be fair, there's worse things you could do with somebody's account when you break in. That word is actually read as horny in Czech? Sure, I believe you, but my brain doesn't pronounce it that way. I'm sure my brain is pronouncing it wrong, but when I look at that, that's just it doesn't read that way. But I could see why you would come to that conclusion from there. I don't know. I can't get over the time that a beaver chewed through the internet line to Moose Jaw, Canada. It's like, what happened? Why is this small town in the middle of nowhere, BC, got no internet? Oh, it's because a beaver chewed through the line. Possibly the most Canadian story ever. The internet to all of Moose Jaw being cut because a beaver cut the line. I love how we're just... This happens maybe every 8 months. Half of my chat will just discover that there's places in the world with really funny names and just go down the list. I feel like I've heard of that place before. I mean, for whatever it's worth, this is one of my favorites. Where is it? There's a street named Donkey Kong. Where is it? Yeah, there's a street in Argentina named Donkey Kong, which amuses me. On the topic of places with silly names. Yeah, I don't know. For me, like, this stuff was really funny the first time I discovered it a couple of years ago, and it's lost a lot of its humor. Maybe it's just because I'm old and boring, but there's a large part of it in my brain that's just like, you know, there's degrees of, oh, this is funny the first time you kind of discover it, and then you fall down like the rabbit hole of like, let's look up all the silly names for places in the world and just like piss yourself laughing. But like, when you actually like do some research about them, they stop being funny very quickly, because it's almost always like either just like Stone just commented on really, 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 really old names. It's almost always either that or it's not actually funny. It's one of the two. And then it very quickly turns into, oh, this is like promoted and marketed because it's funny and it attracts tourists. And the second you realize that, it becomes a lot less funny, I guess. Now that is funny. Being labeled a Shittertonian. That is pretty funny. I'll bet you that their football team is probably the Shits. Chat, I was listening to this topic on a podcast last night, and I think it's kind of interesting. What is your most... Okay, and just for the sake of this discussion being, like, fair and not weighted because of the audience here, what is your most anticipated game? So I'm basically saying minus Dwarf Fortress. Like, upcoming release from any major publisher, what is your most anticipated release? I ask this question relatively frequently, but I'm super curious to know what your guys' most anticipated release was. Call of the Wild, the Angler? You know, that's like top 3 for me. I've wanted them to just fucking put fishing in Call of the Wild for forever, and it's like, man, Call of the Wild, but it's fishing. Fine, I'm in. Let's go. I'm so excited. So fucking excited. KSP2? Ultra Kill leaving early access? Right. Because you know what suddenly spiked onto my curiosity, especially when it comes to Ultra Kill, Jack Narek? The game that suddenly popped up on my, ooh, I'm interested. Actually, chat room, for anybody here who dreams of making games, you dream of making games or want to make games, John fucking Romero is hiring. They're making a new first-person shooter. I really hope they're making a boomer shooter. Because John Romero making a new boomer shooter would actually be kind of neat. Kind of neat. It's probably going to suck. But I'm curious to see what John Romero does next, okay? Because, you know, him and his wife making a XCOM-style game went super well. What was even the name of that game? Shit. I know it was published by Paradox, so I can find it quickly. What was the name of that? Empire of Sin. Yeah, that went super well. Solidly 50% positive reviews. Rough days for Romero Games, I guess. The thing about Star Citizen is, unless you're waiting for the single-player portion of Star Citizen, you can just go play Star Citizen. Like, if you really want to play that game, you can play that game. That game is out and playable. As playable as any unfinished early access game is. But KSP2, Vicky 3, Ultra Kill leaving early access. You're kind of excited for KSP. You're going to be sad when the modding community moves on from the original. Yeah, that makes sense. Although there's already a lifetime supply of mods for the original. And that's also assuming that the new one is more moddable than the original. If it's not, they might stick with the original. It's made of stone steel. That, yeah, I respect it. Somebody blows it up. Yeah, no, that's totally fair, exactly. But it's just, you know, it's kind of like the same thing that I say to people when they're just like, I hope that Dwarf Fortress releases on Steam before I die. It's like, not to be super downer or anything, but it's just like, if you have a life-threatening illness and don't have a lot of time left, like some people have suggested, is, you know, the situation for some, and you really want to play Dwarf Fortress before you die, it's not that hard to just fiddle with the wiki and play Dwarf Fortress. Like, X-Plane 12? That's one I hadn't heard before. A game that I'm kind of looking forward to, which I now need to, like, remind myself the name of it, just because it looks super neat. It's actually kind of hard to find it. Nope, not that. Ah, that's it. Something I'm kind of interested in. Yeah, this thing. This is a game that popped up recently, which is largely being made by one person who used to work at Bethesda Softworks. It's a first-person hunting game where you hunt mythical creatures. This thing looks fucking cool. And kind of metal as hell. And has music by Clifford Meyer, who was in both ISIS and Red Sparrows, which are two bands that I listened to years ago. So, metal soundtrack, and it's all about, like, using magic and cool abilities with this bow and arrow to hunt animals. Seems kind of rad. I don't know. I'm curious. I'm sure it'll be disappointing, but I'm curious. You're not very excited for any games? I always have, whenever people ask me what, like, for me, it's unfair to ask. Actually, I'm excited about Stalker 2. I want that to be good so bad. I know what you mean, Raz. I fall into this trap where I get very cynical. Like, I'm very much expecting Stalker 2, as an example, to disappoint me. I'm not expecting that game to satisfy. And then Iron Pick. Like, I'm not expecting to be satisfied by that game. Like, I'm fully expecting that game to release and be disappointed by it. And I'm very, very... And I was expecting Stray to disappoint me, too. I guess I'm kind of hot off that one right now because, like, that game just came out and I loved it. Yeah, no, I was also excited about Stray, and I played Stray, and I enjoyed Stray, and I plan to 100% it off stream. And I would like more Stray, but I'm okay with the amount of Stray that there was. I think that it's a... How do I word this? I think it's very easy for me to not get excited for games because I'm so frequently disappointed by games. You know, honestly, this is just me talking, Raz. When I'm not super excited for games, I go back and I play games that I know will change that mood. And I know that sounds hard to do, but like things like Game Pass for me are a huge assistant for things that make me go, oh, mind is blank, don't know what to play. Like if I'm like sad or like feeling down, stuff like Game Pass is actually like a huge benefit for me for that sort of thing because I can just open up Game Pass and be like, man, there's nothing to play. And it's like, fuck, I haven't played the first level of Halo 1 in like a decade. I'll just install Halo and I'll play the first level of Halo 1. I'll be like, man, that felt good. And it didn't cost me anything on top of what I've already paid for. And I think that just kind of existing like that is really nice, you know? After Evil Genius 2. For what it's worth, Evil Genius 2 convinced me that I no longer want to take part in heavy preview marketing for games that I'm not 1,000% sure about. I will not do it. There's no... Between that, it was Surviving Mars and then Evil Genius 2. Those two games, I'm done with that part of the industry, and it'll probably hurt me in the future, but I don't care. I do not want to lead people into buying things that they might be heavily disappointed by. It's just not worth it for me. You've been trying to get through your backlog of games you already have, plus the ones that you're working on. You haven't been following many new games. Gotcha, Aqua. You were excited for Stalker and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, but both are not looking to come out anytime soon. Yeah, well, Stalker for obvious reasons, and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, I don't even know what the fuck's going on with that. I would love to read a big expose on everything that's happened with the development of Masquerade Bloodlines 2, because it seems like a mess from the little bits and pieces I hear. I don't hear a lot about that game, but every time I hear things about that game, it's always like, it sounds like the development of that thing is a fucking nightmare. Like, truthfully, that the whole development of that game just seems kind of like a nightmare. But I do definitely feel the depression talking. I've been in a better space mentally, and I think part of that is largely because of all the camping I've been doing. Like, I actually have, like, things to look forward to on a weekly basis now, which is really nice. Hello, how are you doing, Quivinair? It's good to see you, dude. I feel weird saying aloha because I'm not in Hawaii. Goofing around in modded Minecraft? Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. That is totally fair. But, I mean, plan for today, though, is we're going to stream probably another, I don't know, 4 hours of this. Trying to make it through as much time as possible, and then I'm going to see if I can do a full playthrough of the first Monument Valley, and then maybe the second one, too. I don't know if I'll do both. I will probably, at the very least, do one. Yeah. What year is it? That question. It's 408, late summer. We're about to hit fall. What month in summer? Galena. 8th of Galena. Currently. You're still waiting for a game that has yet to be announced? You really want something which is a fusion of DCS and Elite? Wait. How would you fuse DCS and Elite? Because Elite is a modern-day military vehicle combat sim, and Elite is a space game. How would you fuse the two? Are you saying like a space game with better in-atmosphere flight mechanics? But what was the free-to-try MMO I recommended last night? Or last month? World Seed, which I still play a little bit. Yeah, World Seed. It's $12. They also made the free-to-try part better. You can now... It's now basically if you pay $12, you get fast travel and bigger inventories instead of, like, very limited amount of distance you can travel. So that actually made the free-to-play part better. It's actually kind of funny. A lot of the negative reviews that this game gets are because when you sign up for an account, you get put on the dev's email list. So the dev emails you patch notes directly. And a lot of the negative reviews are just like, I downloaded this game and played for 5 minutes, and the dev can't take that as permission to send me emails. And it's just like, you realize, like, when you agree to the game's EULA, that's one of the things you agree to, right? And you can also unsubscribe at any time, and they will stop sending you emails, or go into your game settings and say, don't send me fucking emails. Which is just really funny to me. It's just like... it's just really funny to me. I don't know. The game called Vintage Story? People play that on and off, and I hear things about it. I'm not a big Minecraft person, so Vintage Story doesn't really do anything for me, but it's really neat to see that game's, like, found success. You know, it's really, really, really difficult for games to succeed outside of Steam, and it's really neat to see Vintage Story just kind of pop up through its own website and exist independently and grow. It's very rare to see. Like, that is the hardest thing. Like, one of the hardest things to do in games right now is to successfully launch and self-publish a game. The harder way to do that is to successfully launch and self-publish a game through your own website without the internal marketing of Steam. Like, it is ridiculously difficult to do that. So, huge respect and admiration for them pulling that off. Oh, yeah, no, I've played Rogue System. I bought it for, like, $1.50 after I knew it was dead and played it for a bit. I wouldn't say it's my perfect game. I mean, Rogue System is neat, but I wouldn't say it's my perfect game, and the reason I wouldn't say it's my perfect game is there is absolutely no game there. There's no game there. Have extreme amounts of emails. Yeah, and that game, World Seed, is literally one dude running it. It's a guy. The biggest concern or the worst thing that I would say about World Seed is it does have global chat. You can turn off the global chat, and let's just say it's not very well moderated. Yeah, maybe don't want to stare at that chat too much. Maybe don't want to take part in that chat. Maybe find like a friend or two to play it with, and then section off and hang out and chat with a friend. Because like maybe not the most wholesome community, shall we say. It's an MMO. Through and through. I love how they're now going to the prison cell to conduct meetings because I left the wrong room as the mayor's office. Fix that problem, though. Also, on the topic of nothing related to what we've been talking about, my stream team is hosting a game jam in 8 days. If you want to take part in a game jam hosted by a bunch of streamers, that may end up being a repeated event. A 72-hour-long game jam at the end of the month. If for some reason you make games and would like to take part in a game jam run by streamers, you can do that. The prize basically is if you make a game, we'll play it. Currently, we got 12 submissions, so highest rated games get played on stream by the streamers of my team, which I think is kind of neat. One guy tries to send you emails about all the work he's doing. I'd far rather that than massive corporate ad fests. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, no, it's not like signing up for like Final Fantasy's email list or anything. Guess who has swapped the function variables accidentally and has been making a total arse out of themselves for 3 days? I was gonna name a random celebrity, but you? Maybe? Let's go. How we doing? You want to practice a craft? Well, is there any crafts I could give you that are easily repeatable? Oh, fuck it. Let's actually give you weaving and stone crafting. Meanwhile, the mayor needs 3 armor stands. Sure, let's make them out of iron. Why not? Todd Howard. Yeah, there you go. My mind just decided to be empty. I mean, if you make a game for our game jam, they get played by me and my teams. Well, I mean, it's less of a your art gets appreciated and more like you get free public QA, which is like, you know, feedback is very important, right? What's a better way to get feedback than to literally have it played on a channel's stream? Like, people pay us to like, this is the kind of sad thing is maybe not sad, but there's like a mini industry around small developers, like 1-person, 2-person teams, paying streamers to just stream their game for an hour so that both the chat and the streamer just give feedback in real time. That is a cottage industry around streaming. Like, I could, if I wanted to, I could go and charge very small, and like people like FG Squared do it pretty frequently, where it's just like there are these bidding sites where you can just you can put bids on games and just be like, I'll play this for 2 hours for, I don't know, $100 or whatever, and then the dev will either say yes or no, and if the dev says yes, then they get 2 hours of their game streamed. I've done it a couple of times when I really needed money, but I always just end up feeling kind of bad when I do that because it's a lot of times it's like smaller devs and smaller games like that. It's like I'd rather just send me a key, I'll play it. Maybe gift some subs in my chat if you feel nice, but I do okay for money, fortunately. Not great, but okay. I get by. So, yeah, we'll be hosting a game jam at the end of this month. Should be fun. I will not go camping that weekend. Psychon, I'll say this again. You've done this a couple of times. 1, if you put beer at the end of the sentence, it doesn't count. If you want to use a beer emote, use HS Cheers. Okay? Or use Crypt Burr. I know that you follow me. You can use Crypt Burr. Crypt Burr works. It's just Crypt Beer minus an E. And you get a little cartoon beer. I don't know. Go that route. Instead of just typing in beer mid-sentence, because it's not going to do anything. At least the other one will give you an emote. Thank you for doubling my day's revenue, Orange, with $7.50. Cheers, man. No. Well, I mean, if you just type in Crypt Burr, that works. But I'm not going to make a Burr emote. Or just typing in Burr. I'm not going to do that. Because the whole point of this is to incentivize emote usage and increase my chat statistics. Not just making you guys spam words that aren't even beer anymore. So, respectfully, no. Literally zero purpose to that. But Crypt Burr does already work. There you go, see? And if you capitalize the B, it'll be an emote. Governor. Ain't Burr a DF name? I don't think B-E-R is. I think it's B-E with a thingy above it, R, but probably. I don't know the entire dwarf language off the top of my head. Wave Depletion, thanks for gifting a 3-pack. Cheers. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it is a name, but there's like a little doohickey above the E. It's not a double dot. It's not an umlaut. It's like a little apostrophe thingy. I don't know what it's called, but it's an airport. Cool. Well, regardless, I'm not making just Burr into a command. Crypt Burr can be a command, but just that doesn't need to be a command. Oh, I thought I had Markins. Okay, Stone's correct, probably. Hello, Jitterbug. Congrats on catching a sub. Seriously, though, thanks. Wave Depletion. Fun fact, none of those people that got gifted subs, it's their first sub. They've all had subs before. So Gold Rush is month 3, R4 8-bit is month 2, and Jitterbug is month 2. And Aquasar gifted a sub to Quaveneer for a 91st month. Can't touch this. Welcome back, dude. The humans have arrived with trading. Why is it funny that Urist means dagger? That's one of the most normal ones, I think. It is in fact a choo-choo. Orange, yes. It is in fact a choo-choo. So grab your gum and blow a bubble because it's time to choo-choo. Oh, I guess I could actually fill up the... You know what? I'm gonna fill up the lava at the top of this. Raz, thanks for gifting another sub. Cheers, dude. So what you're telling me is you're all out of bubble gum. Well, that's unfortunate. Chat, we need to get this man some bubble gum. All he can do is kick ass because he has no bubble gum. It's a good thing that we're all quoting the classic film They Live and not terrible video games. I mean, Blade is a pretty good name. It's good to go, Stone. Hey, they brought quicklime. That's actually really helpful. Shit. And some strawberry plants. Would you look at that? And a spiked iron ball. Lovely. How kind of them. Also, thank you very much, Raz, for gifting a sub to Shino. Massive thank you. And to anybody who just got gifted a sub, enjoy those emotes and the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Although, I would say that ad-free viewing is less valuable on my channel just because I don't show very many ads. But thank you for gifting out a 5-pack, Jitterbug. Thank you so much for paying those subs forward. We seem to have surpassed the 300 sub count mark. Thank you. But sub points are at 398, almost back up to 400 sub points. Got sweet. All right, so we can just let them leave. Let's go back to working on the murder tunnel. Not too big. I didn't actually look at where the line rolled over, so not sure how big it was. Thinking. Rattle 'em Bones, thanks for also paying that forward. It's a pay it forward train. Cheers, dude. Thank you much for gifting out 2 subs. In this one train, it's 2 separate people's first time gifting subs in the chat. So thank you very much for helping keep this stream funded. Thought I was 2 off of 400. I was 2 off of 400. But there's 2 separate goals, right? This one, which is above my head, which is the actual sub counter, which I much prefer. But the sub points goal, it was in fact 2 off 400. Now we're at 400. It's this one. This thing does update really, really quickly, which is the unlock a new emote points goal, which I haven't been at 700 sub points in 4 years. 4 years. It's been since I had that, since I was close to that. Yeah, because it was 2020 New Year's. No, not 4, 3 years. Anyway. Every sub helps the death grow longer. Bits also keep the death going as well, to be fair. But no, I mean every sub and every bit and every patron and all that stuff just keeps me doing this. All right, let's see. How's the lava spill going? Okay, so I am topping this off up here because I can, because I've got, you know, some lava going into here all the time, but it's just sitting there building up in endless pressure, so might as well pile some more lava into this space to, you know, fill her back up, so I kind of have to keep an eye on that so I don't overflow it. But thank you. The kind of incredible thing is somehow wave depletion dodged getting gifted a sub, and wave depletion helped start this. Kind of impressed by that, not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't know. That new emote goal isn't super important. It's one of those, like, it'd be nice to unlock a new emote one day, but I don't really expect to. Holy crap, a lot of Unicorns died. Also good win, Peter and Raz. Cheers. It's kind of true, though, Wade. Managed to just dodge all of that. Hey, R4. Thanks for just being around to be able to be gifted a sub. But thank you very much for the little hype train, guys. Much appreciated. Shouts to Wave Depletion, Aquasar, Raz, Jitterbug, Rattle and Bones, Orange. Cheers, guys. Thank you much for the little train. 12 subs and 750 bits. Keeping my beer fund funded. Not just my beer fund, but... especially with my rent going up in 2 months. Jesus. Ay, 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 ay. Also, Orange #1. Congrats. The Burr Fund? Yeah, the Burr Fund. Actually, it's more accurately the Camping Gear Fund. That's a much more accurate way of putting it. Although I don't really need too much. I mostly just need a nicer backpack. And it's not that my backpack's bad. My backpack is fine. It's just really old. It's just really old and not the most... let's just say modern backpacks are built with comfort in mind. My backpack, which was built in the late 70s, was designed to carry a bunch of shit on your back. Backpacks that are made now are designed to carry a bunch of shit on your back and not give you back pain. Mine just kind of gives me back pain. It's not a competition, says you. Camp Burr Fund? Well, I don't want a camper, but I might bring Burr camping. This is a confusing sentence. I have no way of transporting a camper. Hello, Magi's. I always find it interesting to see what kind of fort shenanigans have happened. It's been a little bit quiet recently. We are at war, so I'm just kind of being super cautious. I'm kind of hoping that some humans will show up so that I can burn them. But regardless, you know, it's been kind of chill. Why would you not want back pain that would take away from the camping experience? I get enough from my hammock already. I don't need more. No, well, I mean, the Lake of Death is more down here. Well, I'm actually, it's more just like a sea of statues that all represent death. You have no need to prove yourself. I was calling Animal. Animal's at a theme park. But yes, no, it is definitely not a competition. Competition of who can throw their the most money at a person is only socially acceptable when we're talking about strippers. And as somebody who is proudly not a stripper, it shouldn't be a competition. And also, like, my backpack's less of a back pain problem and more of a hip pain problem. It doesn't have, like, the center strap that, like, holds the two together to, like, move some of the weight onto your chest. It's just two loose straps and then a hip strap, which is fine. But the problem is it's, like, really hurts your hips. Like, 4 or 5 days after a hike and or after an overnight trip. It's like 10 kilometers up, 10 kilometers down. The 20 kilometers with a backpack on, that's full weight. Hurts. Pouring boiling alcohol and beer on their enemies feels like an aptly dwarfy thing to do. Burning them, if you will. Like, you feel like some would think it's a waste? I would think it's a waste. It does have a hip strap. No, I mean, it's just an old school outer frame backpack. Like, let's just... like, literally went to Google and just typed in old school outer frame backpack. Literally just looks like this. That's what my pack looks like. Different material. It's a different manufacturer and has the pockets are like a different shape or different shapes, but this is what my backpack looks like. So, although I actually have a slightly cushier waist strap than this one. Mine has like the same cushions they have back up here, but on the waist. So slightly nicer than this, but not by much. It's very much like a, it works. It's practical. It's something I already own, so I don't need to buy a new one, but man, it's not that comfy. It's not very comfortable. Yeah, exactly. It's built to carry shit up a mountain. It's not built to comfortably carry shit up a mountain. And like my friend that I go backpacking with, he's got like this Mystery Ranch backpack that's like designed for ultra comfort, and I'm just like, man, you're fucking walking up this hill in a Lamborghini and I'm walking up here in an antique. Kind of makes me want a new backpack, but also not something I'm in a huge rush to get. I'll wait for Black Friday probably. I just kind of want a slightly bigger backpack for winter camping anyway, so I'm just wait until Black Friday probably, and then I'll buy another backpack. Until then, I'll just use this one because it's totally functional, and I don't need to spend like $400 or $500 on a bigger backpack. What backpack is blind thinking of getting? I really like the brand Osprey because that's what my small backpack is. Because I have a day trip pack that I fucking love that's Osprey, which I got for my birthday. So probably something from this brand if you want to go peek through there. But probably one of their 65-liter overnight packs, or multi-day packs rather. I don't know exactly which one, but I just really like the shape that they use in their designs. And I've used them before, so that helps. That is what I want to get. The one that I was looking at specifically, let's say it was the Aether 65. Yeah, I was looking at this one. I don't know if I'd get this one specifically, but this is the one that I was looking at. Which is, you know, pretty hefty backpack, but it also has like base straps, so you can strap stuff to the bottom of it as well. You know, you could hook a tent to the bottom of it and take it up a mountain. Do what you need to do. It's probably the one that I'll go with, but I don't know exactly. Only $350? Yeah, it's affordable. Although I think that's 350 USD, so it's actually like 400 Canadian. Why would I need a Switch when I could just have a computer? I don't like playing games on the go. Also, no, I couldn't buy a Switch in games for that, because a Switch in Canada is about 400 Canadian dollars. Like if I just go to Amazon right now and go, Nintendo Switch. Yeah, a Nintendo Switch is $379 without any games. So, no, actually, I couldn't buy a Switch in games for that, because games for the Switch are $80 a piece. They're $79.99 or $89.99, depending on the game. And the Switch itself is $379, so no, I couldn't. I'd also, you know, actually want to own a Switch, which I don't. So. Although, I mean, the other one that I was looking at was $700, which I'm also tempted to get, but it has more space and it's more expandable and modular and nicer zippers and things, but I think I'm okay with going with a slightly cheaper backpack. It's what I can afford. You know, people think it's weird. It's like, I play video games on the internet for a living. I don't play games for fun. There is no desire in my heart to own a Steam Deck or a Switch. Absolutely none. Like, 0 out of 100% interest or desire to own one of those things. It's like there's like I will gladly play games on my computer, and I will do it for work, and I will do it occasionally for fun. There's absolutely nothing even remotely interesting to me about playing more of the same games off stream. However, I've ordered a Playdate, which is apparently arriving in the next 7 days, and I'm so fucking excited. And that thing has games that I can't play on a computer. That is interesting. Having games that wouldn't really work on a computer is super intriguing and fun to me. If it's like, oh, it works on your computer, then fuck, I don't care. I'd rather play it at a computer. What bag do you have, Orange? The snaps can get brittle over time, but more modern ones are more durable. Maybe wary of those plastic snaps. The thing about those plastic snaps, like, if you're talking about, are you talking about the clips? You know, you can just buy metal ones, right? Like, so my pack that I use has or had plastic straps on it years ago. But I bought metal clips and swapped them all out. Like, those are not hard to just buy and swap out. As long as you can just slip them off and slip on new ones, you can absolutely do that. Or like cut and burn to replace. Yeah, Playdate, play.date. One of these things. It's a tiny little Game Boy Classic-esque system with a crank on the side. No, the crank doesn't charge it. The crank is a control mechanism. But I bought me one of these. And they've been out for a bit. People have started getting them. And if you just go to itch.io and you type in Playdate, these are all games for the Playdate on itch. And they're all a couple bucks. This is actually one that I picked up before it arrived. It's a tiny little strategy game. Look at this thing. He's so fucking cute. So in. So, you know, like there's a lot of stuff on itch for the Playdate already. Everything from like funky clocks to like tiny little racing games, various other things. Like, I'm excited. Plus, you know, it has its own games. It comes with 24 games that you just kind of get. Also, Tygo has bestowed the name Fought Thororith Sethnoligish upon a steel spear. I don't know what any of that means, so let's find out. Enjoy your lurks, Raz. All right. Forest Labor the False Savage. It is an exceptional spear. Congratulations on naming your exceptional spear. As I hiccup. But yeah, no, the Playdate is it's a neat system because the games that are all packed in are made by pretty well-known indie developers from games that you've probably heard of. Zach Gage made a game for it. Kita Takahashi from Katamari Damacy made a game for it. Half of Rami Ishmael made a game for it. A bunch of the soundtracks for various games are made by people that you've like. Half of those games are made by people that you've heard of in some respect, which is neat. You also kind of want a Playdate, but 180 USD for delivery in 2023 is kind of meh. You're still waiting on your Flipper Zero? Yeah, I mean, like, just like I've said before, literally just wait until, like, they're available to just purchase. Just wait. Although, 180 USD for a console that actually only games work on it, to me is a much better price to value ratio than buying a fucking Switch and then having to pay $80 a fucking game for the damn thing. And fuck that. Like, just straight up fuck that. I have no interest in doing that. That is a complete and absolute total fucking waste of everything. So, I just, I do not understand how on earth a Switch is worth it for people. But if you get enjoyment out of it, be my goddamn guest, I guess. Brand loyalty? I think people like having portable devices like that. I don't carry a backpack, and it's too big to fit in a pocket. So, you know, if I'm taking a portable device with me somewhere, if it's bigger than this, I don't care. Frankly, that's about as big as I go for a portable device. The 3DS was too big. I didn't actually take it with me that often, unless I had a backpack, because it's too big for most pockets. This is about as big as I will go with a pocket-sized device, transportable device. It has to be this small, or I don't care. Still has advanced wars in it. I never bought a PSP, but that's just because it was too expensive for me when I had my Game Boy. The PSP was like $200 more than my Game Boy. It's more affordable than a laptop? I disagree because of the money that you'd save on a laptop. Like, I would, if I'm going to buy a portable device to play games, I would rather buy a Steam Deck, even though you'd end up spending like for me, it would be like $900 to buy the bigger Steam Deck, and I'd want the better one. But I would rather buy a Steam Deck because games are so much cheaper, right? Like, games on Switch are so ridiculously expensive. So ridiculously expensive. It's far and away not worth it. There's no point for me where it is worth it. I also need to check something, see if a person paid me for a thing. Those big chunky Nintendo DSs, like the old school DSs. Yes, I do. I never owned one. I do have a DS Lite though. Like, in that drawer, I have my Game Boy Advance SP, a DS Lite, and a 3DS. Although, I've been thinking, chat, serious question. Should I fucking root that thing and hack the crap out of it? Because I want to keep my like Game Boy Advance original. I need to swap out a switch in, because one of the L and R buttons doesn't work. So I need to open it up and swap out one of the switches. But should I rip a... Also... Ha! Yes! Sorry, Hyperstrange paid me. So you know how I've been doing those streams for Hyperstrange for a while? They had a hard time doing PayPal invoices because something to do with taxes. And we finally got auto deposit working. So yes! Anyway, I need to report that I got paid. Which is pretty pog. The 3DS, worth ripping, not the DS Lite. No, yeah, no, my DS Lite is actually my Game Boy Advance now. Because the DS Lite, the DS Lite that I have is the last generation of DS Lites that had the Game Boy compatibility. I'm not touching this thing. This thing is staying the way it is. And like, if I want to play Game Boy games, I play it on this now. Partially because, I'll be honest, this guy's better on the hands than the Game Boy Advance is. And that's like, still small enough that I can carry it in a bag. Like, it's too big for a pocket, but I can carry it in a bag. Well, I might actually, maybe I should get a flash. Actually, what I should do is I should buy a fucking flash cart for that thing. That's actually what I should do. It's the same model and color as your DS Lite. You want to know how I got that DS Lite? So Scouts Canada. Scouts Canada has an annual racket where they get scouts to sell popcorn. And you go door to door and you sell popcorn. Big tins of popcorn. Sometimes we'd take stacks of them and we'd take them to the mall and we'd sell tins of popcorn. It was like a large fundraiser for the scout groups, right? It was an annual thing. But every year they had like a marketing thing where you take a picture of you and your your friends or any kid could do this individually, where you take a picture of yourself selling popcorn and you send it into Scouts Canada, and then the most popular photos or the photos are selected. There's like one winner in each category, which is one winner in each age group, and a boy and a girl in each age group are picked as winners, right? And then those from that year are added to this big special tin that has all the photos on it, all the winners from the year before, and each area has a winner. The prize was a DS Lite. And I took a photo of myself hanging off of a chin-up bar in Scout uniform, with my like necktie like tied to my chest, hanging upside down off of a chin-up bar, reaching for a tin of what's it called? Popcorn, and went into Photoshop, or I think it was actually GNU editing software, or GIMP, edited out the background to make it look like I was flying. And I won with that photo. So I actually won that 3DS. Or that, not 3DS, that DS Lite. But when it arrived, I stole it from, well, way before I got a job at McDonald's. When it arrived, I didn't have any games for it. But my little sister heard that I won it and got my mom to buy her Nintendogs and cats. I think it was Nintendogs and cats. It might have just been Nintendogs. But anyway, some version of Nintendogs. Anyway, it arrived, and I told my mom, like, I'm going to go buy a game for this. And my mom goes, okay. And so we go to EB Games, and I go to the used Game Boy section because I knew it had a Game Boy slot. And I bought 3 used Game Boy games. I bought Game Boy Tetris. They were all like $2 a piece. I bought Game Boy Tetris. I bought a Fire Emblem, and I can't remember what the other game I bought was. I can't remember. Something for the 3DS. Might have even been a fucking Star Wars game. I can't remember what I bought, but bought all that and took them home, and I had it for one day. And then my little sister's copy of Nintendogs arrived, and my mom insisted I let her borrow it. And then, so I let her borrow it, and she started playing. And the next day I went to go get my DS Lite, and she cried when I tried to take it away from her. Long story short, within a couple of days, it wasn't my DS Lite anymore. And I literally didn't see that thing for maybe 4 or 5 years. My little sister ended up getting every single iteration of Nintendogs for it. And my mom's excuse was, well, we didn't buy it, so like you have to share it. Because we all entered photos into this photo contest, and I was the one that won. So we ended up having to share it, which just meant it was her 3DS or her DS Lite. And I didn't get it back until I moved out. And then by the time I moved out, I had a 3DS. And the only reason I got it back was literally because I went through my little sister's stuff and found it. But she later told me, she's like, hey, you can take that, it's fine. Because she was living in a dorm at the time in uni. So yeah, I won that thing, but didn't actually get it for like 5-6 years until I moved out. But I mean, it still works just fine. The Cats game, I think, was only 3DS. Let me literally show you this. Nintendogs DS Lite. Yeah, no, and there was actually a version of Nintendogs that shipped with just the DS Lite. In fact, there's buying options on Amazon for them. Yeah, no, Nintendogs did. Nintendogs and Cats. But it was just Nintendogs. I don't know, this was years ago, man. Fucking eons ago. Apparently Walmart still sells Nintendogs. I wonder how well that thing sells in 2022. And Force the Sims. I mean, well, the Sims was like years before that. But, you know. I'm still very proud of myself for that little Photoshop that I did. And I'm still proud of the fact that I submitted a photo and I won that thing myself. Very proud of myself for that. I don't know. You got to be proud of like the dumb shit you do as a kid, and that was something that I did as a kid that I'm still proud of to this day. Oh damn! You know what I just received an offer for? Fucking Backpack Hero. Weird. I thought that that game was like still just out of Kickstarter. Odd. Huh. Because apparently it's going into early access August 18th. They're listening, clearly. It's 53 years since the moon landing today. Call me at 60. Or maybe call me at 55. I do 5s and 0s. Nothing else matters. Oh, apparently you can now sell merch through YouTube at 1,000 subscribers instead of 10,000 subscribers. I have the ability to sell merch through YouTube. I just haven't done it because I don't have merch I really want to sell. I need to like get better merch. Crypt beer steins? I could do crypt beer pint glasses, but they are not very nice and just have like a cheaply printed image on them. My problem with like the vast majority of merchandise I could sell, it all just kind of sucks. Like, there's just not a lot of very good merch. Like, yeah, I could go with Spring or Red Bubble or something, but it's like, or Spreadshirt, but like, yeah, it's all just, I don't know. I'm very against fast fashion, and I don't really, like, I have a merch store if you really want to buy my merch, but like, I'm not super big on make a burr mug. It's like a mug that's just like covered in like squiggles drawn in MS Paint that just looks like there's fake beer in it. Cooler's just like merchandise. Yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time doing merch and feeling good about it. A very hard time doing merch and feeling good about it. I like to feel good about the things that I do, and merch I don't feel good about. You've been getting acrylic standees printed and selling them to people. While I can't suggest any designs for those, the printer for the standees has been very affordable and well made. The printer for the standees. Are you telling me like a 3D printer? Are you suggesting I buy a 3D printer, or are you referring to like a sales company that makes these printed things? But also, yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. I don't have anywhere to store things. Like there's so many things that I could do. Like I could go to like a nice like shirt printing shop locally and buy like 100 shirts and mail them myself. I don't have a car, so it's very hard to do. I also have nowhere to store them because I live in a 400 square foot apartment. So whenever it's just like, oh yeah, buy stock and then store it, it's like, where do I guess I could put it next to my sink. Just have a stack of merch there. You want dice? Go get dice then, you weirdo. Or maybe slice and then you can dice. For the plan, then set inside and set and then cut out. Sure. Still have no interest. Like, I think people just, like, I don't know. People seem to think that I have way more time than I do to be able to do something like that myself, which I don't. And I have no interest in. The only way I would ever do merch is if it was mostly automated. And the only way I would do that is if I actually felt good about the company that would do that for me, and I don't feel good about any of them. Because they're all really fucking shitty. Like, I mean, Spring's biggest innovation last year was, we'll mint NFTs for you last year. So yeah, no, I don't feel too good about any of them, I'll be honest with you. Like, they're all very profits driven and not like, yo, let's make sustainable, decent stuff. It's all like, yeah, let's just make as much money as fucking possible as quickly as possible kind of focus. And I'm not a big fan of that kind of philosophy when it comes to business. I'm much more the, yeah, let's make less money, but do it like admirably in a way that like works for everybody and is healthy for the environment and people purchasing the product. But that's not how these companies work. So, not super keen. Like, I do really like what a certain podcast I listen to does, where they get like 1,000 prints of a boutique piece of art made, and then they sell them through a distributor, but they get them and then ship them to the distributor. So it's like they purchase a thing and then ship it to a distributor, and then the distributor sells it for them. But I don't sell at a high enough volume where that would be even remotely profitable. That would be a massive waste of money. I'd need to be like buying 1,000 of a thing and selling out in 2 days in order for that to be worth it. And it's not going to be. They're already seen like Beanie Babies. And anybody who pays attention already looks at NFTs kind of like Beanie Babies. There's birds stealing my art. But like, I mean, on this topic, Quevenir, like something that I've thought about doing a number of times, and this just kind of shows that I'm gonna go on a limb here and birds are stealing art in Dwarf Fortress, crafts specifically. Something that I've thought about doing for years, and this probably is never gonna happen. I want to get some like custom made glass pieces for smoking, made like either in this guy's shape, and basically themed after my channel mascot, the little skull dude, this guy. I've thought about getting some custom glass pieces made and then selling those piecemeal. One, they'd be expensive. Two, I could probably actually sell them out if I got like 50 made, maybe 10. 10 I could do. But it's like, I don't have anywhere to store them. I don't have the overhead, and I don't, it's like, there's many ideas that I've had for like dumb pieces of merchandise over the years, but it's like, none of it's ever going to happen. Unless I get a bigger place and I can do it directly. Like there's this one streamer that I know, where he goes to a local like shirt printing place and gets really nicely printed shirts, and it costs him like $5 a shirt, and he buys them 500 at a time, and he just keeps them in his closet. And he has a big walk-in closet in his bedroom, because he has a much bigger place than me, and he just ships them out as people buy them. But he also does pre-orders and stuff, so he'll get enough pre-orders to be able to buy the shirts, and then he'll buy the shirts and then sell them or ship them off to the pre-orders immediately, and then just sell off his stock over the next 6 months to a year. And that's a really good way to do it. But I don't have the place I don't have the storage. It's either that or I can have camping gear, and I'd rather have camping gear. Sorry, guys. So, whenever I talk about merchandise, it always comes across like I'm just making excuses, but it is something that I think about frequently, and it's like, I would love to be in a place where it's worth it, but got 20 pounds of pasta the other day. I'm just because I don't drive, I'm just imagining carrying 20 pounds of pasta home. That does not sound fun. That sounds heavy. Well, actually, not that heavy, but heavy enough that I wouldn't want to do it. I usually buy 2 weeks worth of pasta, which is like I probably about a kilo of pasta actually, because I buy them. Yeah, I buy them 500 grams at a time. You strapped it to the back of your bike. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, that would do it. That would work. Yeah. It's like a fifth of your weight in pasta. You probably eat more than your weight in pasta every year. So, might as well get her all done in a hurry. Grandma went down the sheeter this season, and I think it's because of all the buzzards that were floating around and this great horned owl that's not helping. You know what? Let's just... You do charity work for a food bank and they have too much bologna and Cheetos flavored macaroni and cheese. Hold on. They had too much bologna and Cheetos flavored macaroni and cheese. Bologna and Cheetos flavored macaroni and cheese. That is a sentence. Were those multi-flavored things, or was that all one thing? Because I really want bologna and Cheetos flavored macaroni and cheese now. You have 2 kilograms of frozen bologna now. You do not recommend the Cheetos flavored macaroni and cheese, but I still want to try it. There's a reason there's a truckload was dumped at the food bank. Sure. So what I want to do is I want to just go buy a bag of Cheetos, crush them into a powder, and then make baked macaroni and cheese. And I'm thinking like, you know how you can do like a breadcrumb topping to a macaroni and cheese? I'm thinking like a breadcrumb topping, but like the breadcrumbs are just Cheetos. Maybe also crush up a bag of Doritos. Like just regular Doritos and a bag of regular Cheetos. This sounds like something that would go on the Food Crimes channel, but if you could do that like tastefully, that could be really good. Well, the whole VOD's going up on YouTube tomorrow, Pablo, but I liked it. It's worth the $30. I will try and get all the achievements over the next 6 months on my own time. I really enjoyed it. It was lovely. The only real issues that I ran into was the NPC dialogue was a little bland in places. Like the main story characters have interesting things to say, but like you can talk to everybody in every area, and a lot of them just say the exact same things. And I wish I wish they had more dialogue in the game. And I was able to clip into a wall once, but it was while I was looking for collectibles, and I was like, hey, I think I could clip through this wall. Anyway, surprise, I was able to clip through that wall very easily, and then I had to go back to a save slot. But aside from that, like it's a very fun little game. Very much enjoyed it. It took me about 10 hours to beat it, but I also took my time and played pretty slowly. I know there's some people saying you can beat this in 2 hours, and there actually is an achievement for beating it in 2 hours, but you're not going to get the full thing if you beat it in 2 hours. But yeah, it's a cool little game. I would recommend it. The bologna wasn't labeled correctly, so that they couldn't sell it, and the Cheetos flavored macaroni and cheese apparently tastes like Cheetos, which is weird. It's a discontinued product. Huh. Interesting. That's all I have to say to that is interesting. Also, another thing about the Zach and Tarn chat that we did this past week, I'm going to go through the VOD on the weekend, probably this Friday, actually, and clip out a few chunks to upload separately to farm all the views, to, you know, get more views on the same content, because, you know, when I put a lot of work into a thing, I'm gonna milk it for all it's worth, damn it. And people seem to like the little clips. So if there's any particular chunks of that you'd like to see as their own clip, let me know. There's a few bits that I'm kind of thinking about cutting out. There was some interesting discussion in the middle, especially with Tekid talking, that I think could be worth splitting out into their own sections. But yeah, look, gonna do a little bit of that. So if there's anything in particular that you guys want cut into its own section, give me a shout in DMs or in chat, either or. Tarn's comments on the Gremlin arc was hilarious. Yeah, that whole thing is going to be clipped out. What are you guys doing down there? I love just like exposing player shenanigans that Tarn misses to him sometimes, where he's just like, what in the world? Like, one of my favorite ones was the last time that we chatted, not this time, but where I talked about the fact that dwarves can equip thin clothing, which they're not supposed to be able to, so they can actually equip elven thongs, but dwarves can't make thongs. But once a dwarf equips a thong and the thong wears off and falls apart on the body, it's like devastating. And it's like eternally scarring and can kill a dwarf, basically. If a piece of, like, one of the worst pieces of stress you can give a dwarf in Dwarf Fortress is having a piece of clothing rot off their body. It is literally one of the worst things you can do for a dwarf. And it's just so fucking funny. Also, I need to figure out what's fucking my frame rate. Something's stuck somewhere, I think, because the frame rate got bad. I think it's actually this dwarf. No, not you. I think it's this dwarf. Trying to path out. Unless it makes them feel free, which is very rare. Yes, felt free after having a piece of clothing rot off their body. There's also this fucking owl, which hopefully is dead now. The militia captain punches the great horned owl in the right upper leg with her thing bruising the fat. Okay, well, punch it again. Keep punching it. Also, we're into late autumn, the 8th of Timber. But yeah, no, I mean, I would say that Stray is a very Half-Life-esque single-player story game. It definitely feels like an indie game in a few places. But absolutely worth the $30, in my opinion. No, Great Horned Owl is the one I want. Jill's stuck back here with... Can't even find it because it's underneath Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy got it. Yay. Good for you, Jimmy. Wow. Literally just got it on all fours and just beat the crap out of it. Yeah, we just need the dwarves to get out of this walkway and the frame rate will come back. I don't know how much there is for me to read, but I'll go read what's there. There's literally nothing new for me to read. So I will scroll back up and reread stuff. Please add stuff to the Outerword Stories room chat. Cat is you. Baba isn't cat. Gremlin plushies are disgustingly loaded with pudge. Lava flying through the sky. Burning all those darn cracks. Struggle against the gravitational pull. Cats. That's not a sentence, pilot. Are. All right, well, all caught up again. Generally, Von Roland, check that room before you request that. And if I've written something in the last, like, hour, odds are good I've already read it, which I have. So, Chad, if you could go to the, if you could go join my Discord and go to the Add a Word Stories room and add one word at a time, I'll have more to read the next time somebody uses that redemption. You were just pushing random buttons. That's usually the case, but I don't want to rip you off for pushing random buttons. Speaking of gremlins, are you at war with the goblins still? Technically, yes. I had a goblin tribute caravan drop off an intelligent beastman in here for his tribute. Huh. That's interesting. Is that, like, completely vanilla? That's strange. Yeah, I don't believe I've ever had anything like that happen. Although I've only ever had what happens when you used to be rich? You used to be rich and are no longer rich anymore. It's exactly what it says on the tin. Spend 100,000 channel points to tell people that you used to be rich. Then you're not anymore. A slave Gila monster, man. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that before. That's interesting. Yeah, see, the wave depletion used to be rich. Congrats. There you go. You used to be rich. Yeah, I mean, I've demanded tributes from goblins a couple of times, but I've never gotten anything interesting like that. I've only ever gotten like weird bone, like crafts and stuff. That would I'd say would be the most exotic thing I've ever acquired from a goblin. Oh, there you go. This dwarf is still happying up. I'll be honest, I kind of hate the channel points redemptions. I think that they are terribly set up on Twitch to the point where like I've thought about disabling them a couple of times because it's just like, oh, people just press random buttons, and then I've had people be like, oh no, I lost all my points. And it's like, then I feel bad, then I have to refund points because people didn't know what it does, and it's a waste of everybody's time. You've gotten Beak Dog's bones, and then a Gila monster who uplifted a Baron. Who I uplifted to Baron. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, the thing about like requesting tribute from goblins is they just invade you after like 2 years. So you only have like 2 years before they just start invading you. So I won't do that in this fort because I don't want, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? I don't want to get actively invaded by the goblins. I'm technically at war with them, but I don't want to get actively invaded by them. Also, chat, you want to know what's a very relevant IP to make a video game out of in 2022? Fucking Zorro. Which is basically just Assassin's Creed, like, let's be honest. But, like, this is the weirdest shit. The weirdest fucking shit. Like, who the hell makes a Zorro game in 2022? Apparently, Buckham Studios at Nacon, apparently. I'm so weirded out by this existence. Like, who's thought about Zorro in the last 20 years? Anyway, just wanted to highlight that that released recently. I think what all caps is the proper response to that. That is a game. Yep, that is a game that released this year. Imagine releasing a Zorro game in 2022. What a time. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to be demanding tributes from the goblins, but that is interesting to know. I'm at war with the humans, and that's enough. One war at a time is enough war for me, thanks. You hope it's good? I don't know. I'll tell you this. I don't care about the Zorro IP, and the thing's got mostly positive reviews. So take that with what you will. I don't know anybody who's played it. I just know that it exists because I got a PR email about it and was like, what? That's weird. And then forgot about it. And then it popped up on Steam, and I was like, what? That's weird. All right, I got a PR email about that, and then forgot about it again. Filling out a review request form for a backpack hero real quick. Because I would like code for that. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Just kind of babysitting this dwarf. Although, annoyed at the lack of dining tables. That's not good. Although frame rate's fixed itself. When there's like one dwarf left in the hallway, the frame rate kind of goes kaput. Yeah, this is the goblin faction that we're technically at war with. But they haven't invaded us since like the very beginning of this world. The Confederacy of Sport is the human faction that we are at war with. Which is kind of sad. I don't like being at war with the Confederacy of Sport. I liked when they brought me free stuff. It was good times, but fortunately those good times aren't forever times, it seems. Because Backpack Hero, which is the game that I just sent out a request for, I think this is actually a, like a Canadian studio? Anyway, kind of neat little deck builder thing, but it's all about inventory management and placing items in your inventory in strategic patterns to murder stuff to death. So, that's going to be fun. Out in 3 weeks. Looking forward to playing that in early access. Curious to see how much it ends up costing. I think... Oh, that might also be some of the source of frames. I'm pressurizing lava. That's not good. Do it now. Who's none? It means nobody won. Everybody who invested lost. I'll be back in a sec. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I gotta take a leak. Back in a moment. Tis in fact everyone got scammed, yes. Wow, that did actually fix the frame rate to a degree. Turns out pressurizing lava is a bad thing to do. It's temperature that's fucking with it. Could also probably just turn off the... Well, actually, I'm actually going to test my my burninate thing again. because it fills real fast now, and I want to see how she operates now with the slight adjustments I've made to it since the last test. So we're going to test the lava flow, I think, is what we're going to do. Let's jump up to the surface. Well, not to the surface. Let's jump to, where is it? Right there. So let's, pull that lever first. Then just double check to make sure there's nobody in there. Yep, nobody in there. I am convinced that Diamond has just completely bled the bot dry of all of its winnings and then has just like run off with the money. Guy's on vacation now. For reference, Diamond has managed to rack up 600,000 tickets. All right, so we are going to pull the whoosh lever. This is me testing my burning trap again. Let's see how this goes. Should go flawlessly, I would think. I would think it should go flawlessly. Also, seems to be flowing quite nicely. So this is what we're going to use to murder invaders when they do show up. Seems pretty snail's pace, but even though it does flow rather slow, the death will be swift when it does actually touch them. Because there's plenty of lava up in here, more than enough even. It fills just as fast as it drains. And so I don't need to worry too much. The actual draining procedure is very quick. Oh no. I mean, it's more of a human burst into flames spontaneously, less of a melt, but... There's something about just watching lava spread throughout a indoor fortress that's supremely satisfying to me. I don't know if you guys feel the same way about this, but to me it's just extraordinarily satisfying. You have to agree. One of my favorite things to do with volcano forts, Queveneer, is to embark onto a volcano fort and then retire it and then re-embark. And the reason I like doing that is because it changes the lava level for the lava. So usually either the lava will be slightly below the initial zone or it will be slightly above. And if it's slightly above, then you'll have an eternally erupting volcano, which I really like. Billionaire, thanks for the raid. Damn. Jack, can I get a beer for each of the raiders? A lot of raiders. Thank you very much. How are you? Cheers, man. You're playing Oxygen Included potentially today, right? I'm doing a test run of my lava make you go gurgle trap. This is me dumping lava into this entire walkway. I'm just curious to see if it'll fill the whole thing up. It'll take a while. But it'll get there. It will fill the whole thing up eventually. It just takes its sweet time. Because, you know, when you're all hot and bothered like molten rock, it takes a while to get things done. But fighting. Oh no, Frog is tantruming. 1 point of disorderly conduct against Frog. Well, that's unfortunate. How long of a prison sentence does Frog get? A beating. Okay. Just go, you go hit him back. But yeah, just letting lava spread. That is what we are currently doing. I'm curious to see if it'll make it to the end of this. It needs to. Otherwise, this trap is an absolute failure. But I think it will, because like there's more than enough lava in this reservoir to do that. If you guys don't know, Bellinary is a lovely Finnish lad. Plays a variety of video games over at twitch.tv/Bellinary. He's also a member of my stream team and on the podcast. And probably will be playing Dwarf Fortress when it releases on Steam. I would assume. Be weird if he didn't, actually. Also, so my captain of the guard beats the crap out of Frog and then says, I finished up some work. That was very satisfying. Well, good to know you like your job, sir. It ain't much, but it's hard. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Beating the crap out of somebody. No, Frog's not dead. Frog's still alive. I make sure that my captain and the guards are super weak, so it's like getting slapped, basically. They just get minor bruising. I need a sadistic weak person who's just like spindly arms, and they're like, I'm gonna beat you up. That's basically about how efficient my cops are. See, unlike you know, cops having workout regiments, I make sure that they have the opposite of a workout regiment and do nothing, like with heavy activity. Walk, slap. I love my job. Bang, best job ever. Smack, slap. Yeah, they have a sofa regiment and like a dietary regiment where I starve them so that their muscle density goes down. Also, if you're not launching dwarves across the fort with a mithril hammer, you're doing your policing. You're not even doing your pirate policing properly. I mean, okay, one, mithril doesn't exist in Dwarf Fortress. Two, yeah, you're kind of right. But then again, some people would say if your fortress hasn't died due to over invasions or digging too deep by year 400, you're not playing Dwarf Fortress properly. So, by that logic, adamantine is basically mithril. That's like saying iron is basically steel. No, it's not. They're different things. One's green, one's blue. I've played RuneScape. I know how this works. But, yeah, Backpack Hero on the 18th, eh? Of August. It's like less than a month away. That's really cool to me. Like, real cool. Also, Belle, I'm curious. Are you planning on playing Stray? Do you have any interest or no? What's all this magma business about? This is how I this is where I invite invaders to join the Dwarven barbecue. But I'm just making sure that it will actually fill up all the way and then drain in a reasonable amount of time, because I haven't tested that yet. So I want to see if it fills faster than it drains, which it certainly does. I mean, this went from 7 of 7 down to like 5 of 7 to fill up half of it. So we've got more than enough lava. It's just a matter of getting that lava to the end of the top there and then draining it out. Basically, I'm just doing a test run. And you don't really have the money to spend on it currently? Gotcha. Because I have a feeling that podcast this week, which you're not on, I don't think, is just going to end up being the Halcyon Stray cast, because both me and Jess, well, I don't know if Jess finished it today. Jess did stream today, although she did a pretty short stream, so I don't know if she finished it, or if she's finishing it this week, but. Is Dwarf Fortress still challenging after you get over the initial learning curve? Nope. There are ways to make Dwarf Fortress challenging, Marius. But no, not really. Dwarf Fortress is not a hard game. it's a sandbox, and people need to realize. It's actually like my biggest concern about the premium version. We've moved forward into winter. It's actually one of my biggest concerns about the premium version is a lot of people assume Dwarf Fortress is like RimWorld because RimWorld claims to be like Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is nothing like the games that claim to be like Dwarf Fortress. The fun of Dwarf Fortress comes from the worlds that it generates. It's sort of like asking, is Dungeons and Dragons a challenging game? Not really, but it can be. It can be a challenging game. Is it a challenging game in general, though? No. It's more about the stories that you tell and the friends that you interact with. And that's kind of what Dwarf Fortress is. It's much more about the fortresses that you build and the stories that you're able to tell with that and the narrative that the player can come up with from that. It's more of a game about self-role-playing. Now, there are like certain biomes and areas that are hard. Like, yeah, you could play in a haunted glacier with no trees, and that'll be a harder game than playing in a calm, nicely forested place with a lot of food everywhere. So it's like, yes, you can make it challenging, but even those, yeah, that's intentional wave depletion. But even those like ultra difficult in air quotes biomes are not that difficult. Like it's just a matter of getting underground quickly and then clever manipulation of burrows, and you're assuming you're not just like leaving doors unlocked, you're totally fine. So I don't know. It's Dwarf Fortress isn't a hard game. Dwarf Fortress is a obtuse, complex, deep game, and people confuse the two frequently. And it's my biggest concern about the premium version, is people are going to expect it to be hard. It's not. You're the best fort you ever had. You had an above-ground glacier fort. It lasted 112 years. Yeah, totally. That's cool. Rad. Did you build an ice castle? Darren, what up? It's good to see you. What's up, dude? Green glass. Ooh, fancy. You made a road of gold to make it Wizard of Oz. Oh, that's actually neat. That's actually really neat. But yeah, no, there is indeed enough lava in this thing. It takes a little bit, but it'll work. Need metalsmithing. That's cool. I mean, the glacier part ensures that it's cool. Your recommended daily dose of calcium. I mean, you want to stay healthy, you of course need that daily dose of calcium. Also, Belle, I got permission from the PR lady to just repost the review request forums, so it's just sitting in Discord if you missed it. Dwarf has been kind of upset. You know what? I'm going to put you into this squad for a little bit, just so that you can go deal with your need to worship. But how's things, Lump? That dwarf says that they're content. They know. No, they're saying they're content. But yeah, I think the plan for the rest of the day here is maybe 2 hours of dwarfs, and then we're gonna play Monument Valley. That's the plan for the rest of the day. I'm still thinking about it. VOD goes up tomorrow for that, so if you want to watch the whole playthrough, you can. Yeah, no, totally. It's the difference between, Minecraft and Terraria with what you can build, right? Quevenair? I don't think it necessarily makes it a better game, but I think something that was kind of a kind of interesting segment with the last, with the Bay 12 talk I did with Zach and Tarn this past week that I think was really interesting was where I mentioned Clanfolk releasing, because like Clanfolk has tools. Clanfolk actually has some mechanics that don't exist in Dwarf Fortress that make Clanfolk really interesting. One of them being it has tools that you have to build in order to build most of your workshops, which I think is real cool. But when I mentioned that game, Tarn looked it up and stated that he's like, it just reminds me that the Z levels is kind of the one advantage that Dwarf Fortress still has against like the majority of the competition. It's like there's Odd Realm that has Z levels, and there's No Moria that has Z levels, and there's Going Medieval that has Z levels. And that's kind of it. And Dwarf Fortress, no offense to Going Medieval or No Moria, is vastly better than Going Medieval and No Moria. And Odd Realm is just so different, it's hard to compare the two, because Odd Realm is much more Terraria-like in its design philosophy than Dwarf Fortress is. So, I don't know. I have a hard time comparing those two. So this will be a very slow, sad death for a lot of humans, because they will be like crowded in that top corner and crowded down here as the lava pours towards them slowly, which is kind of dark, but yeah, it works. And this area over here, it's like, lava's filling and it's staying pretty much full the whole time, which is actually really good. How full is this with lava? Yeah, this isn't even full of lava, so it'll drain super fast too. This is all like 1 to... Yeah, the deepest areas are like 4 and 5 and 6, which is real good, actually. That this is still just shallow, because you only need like the shallowest possible amount. So it'll be super easy for me to just like pull a lever, drain out the sides, and then it'll just dry up real quick. A slowly encroaching shallow pool of lava. Yeah, absolutely. Just protect your ankles. Yochi, Yochi, Yochi. And then they do the Mario thing where they bounce along the top going, Can't wait to hear that said by Chris Pratt. Speaking of Chris Pratt, actually not speaking of Chris Pratt, speaking of Nintendo and movies, they just fucking bought a movie studio. Nintendo did. Which is weird. They bought a film production animation studio. Yeah, they bought Dynamo Pictures. They are a Tokyo-based CG production studio. And they are renaming it to... where is it? They want to diversify their portfolio into film. What was it they were going to rename it? Yeah, they're renaming it to Nintendo Pictures. Which is kind of neat. Here's an article if you want. I think I should probably chuck that into the podcast bin. All right, top side's done. Now it's just the bottom filling up. And then we can see how quickly it'll drain. So it takes about, I'd say about a month. About a month to a month and a half in game to fill up. Which is pretty good. That's pretty fast. They already have a top-notch camera crew. Is that just an image of I can never say his name. Lataku? Lakitu? Lakitu. I always wanted to pronounce it like Kotaku. Lakitu. Cameraman? It's exactly what I think it is? Okay. Square Enix tried to do that. It didn't exactly work out. Who knows? Yes, but Square Enix is Square Enix. Nintendo is Nintendo. One cares about what they produce, and then the other one is Square Enix. So we also need to, I'd like to remind you, okay? I don't exactly trust things that Square puts out. And the reason I say that isn't because like there's some bad developer or anything, but like they'll release some very, 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 very good games. But in combination with that, then every now and again, they'll put out, classics that everybody, and I do mean everybody remembers, like Marvel's Avengers and, Just Cause 4 Reloaded, and massive hits like The Quiet Man. So I'm not going to say that Square Enix always releases bad games, because they don't. They release a lot of very good games. But just remember, they did release The Quiet Man. They've released some questionable things over the years. I'm looking for another one. Where is the other one that I'm looking for? That I always forget the name of it until I see the name of it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not actually finding the thing that I'm looking for. I'm looking for something specific, but I can't. I haven't seen it now. Ah, there it is. Left Alive. They also released these kind of classics. The mostly negative reviews. Well, they published The Quiet Man. They made Left Alive, though. Anybody remember Left Alive? Probably not. Because, there's mechs. It's a front mission game. It's a third-person shooter in the front mission universe, which I was excited about because I'm the one person who remembers front mission games. I emulated them, but I remember them. Anyway, it had overwhelmingly negative reviews, which means it's come up from less than 10% positive. Anyway, yeah, so, I'm not going to say that Square always makes the best decisions. They don't always make the worst decisions, but when they make stinkers, they hit real fucking hard with those stinkers. So I'm not going to say that they necessarily have the best track record when it comes to, putting out quality products consistently, shall we say. They generally put out decent stuff. But I think when it comes to video game studio buys film studio, I have more faith in Nintendo than... Yeah, when it's stinky, it's stank. I have more faith in Nintendo.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Exactly. I've got more faith in Nintendo biting off the shell to get at the nut than Squeenix. Not saying Squeenix is bad. I just have more faith in Nintendo when it comes to film. Not by I mean, we're also talking not by a huge amount. I mean, I probably won't give a shit about anything that they released. But if they made a Pikmin anime, you know what they should do? They should make a Pikmin film, but get Studio Ghibli to do it. I'm not saying that's free money, but get Studio Ghibli to make a Pikmin film. Wait a second. Are you suggesting that Square Enix took your dad away? Hold on a second. What? Also, Nintendo didn't take my dad away. Pardon? Excuse me? What exactly does that mean? I mean, okay. I guess maybe I misunderstood. It was way darker than I thought it would be, but lava, 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 lava. Well, I can say this trap, little slow, but it works very effectively. It's also a very efficient method of getting rid of all of these boulders. Begone, mudstone. Funny story about The Quiet Man. The year The Quiet Man came out, I was still going to conventions, and me and my friend we're at the Square Enix booth just playing random games at the Square Enix booth. Me and another streamer. He doesn't actually stream anymore. And we sat down because somebody was playing The Quiet Man. And they had like chairs next to all the booths where you could like watch other people play. And we were watching this guy play The Quiet Man. He was just sitting there playing, watching these cutscenes, playing. Then he leans over to us and goes, "Do you guys want to play?" And we just kind of looked at each other and go, "Well, we're mostly just watching. Like, we'll play until you're done." He goes, "I think the whole game is here. This releases in 2 weeks. I think this is the whole game." And I'm like, and we were just like, "Huh?" And he goes, "I'm trying to finish it. So if you don't want to play, I'll just keep playing." I'm pretty sure he did finish it. Because it was a demo booth, but nobody was running the demo. So there was nobody overseeing it or managing it. Which is, don't do that if you're a game publisher. Don't ever just like... You weren't joking when you said that there was lava everywhere. Nobody burnt... Oh... This makes so... I understand why the fort was lagging now. That's fine. I can fix this. Did nobody get torched? Nobody got torched. So when I was filling up this top thing, I forgot. But when the lava tunnel hits the top, I accidentally lavaed everywhere in a spot in my fort. It's fine. So when I overfill the lava tube in the center, it causes my lava forges here to bubble over. That's why the frame rate got so bad. Was because they were trying to get down here and they couldn't. This makes a lot of sense now. So I have to fix this by doing some shenanigans, which is fine. I can totally fix this. Oopsies. That's my response is oopsie. Apologies for the oopsie. We're gonna fix the oopsie. Literally nothing major. I just accidentally lavaed everywhere in my basement. It's fine. It's actually not the first time. This is the second time I've done this. This is the second time I accidentally lavaed everywhere. I love it when this happens. Actually, you know what we can do? I can dig down here, and we can smooth that, fortify it, and dump the lava that way. It's okay. I can fix this. This is a solvable problem. Just kind of an oopsie. Didn't I have 41 dwarves earlier? Nobody's missing. There was some masterworks that were lost. And they were lost because of the lava. But there's no, like, so-and-so is missing notices. So, no. Yeah, just Frog's Tantrums, and that was before. Stray Unicorn was found starved to death. Yeah, that's... Yeah, no, we're fine. Yes, except the lava... I shut the lava off at the beginning of winter. Or, sorry, at the beginning of... Before winter started, I shut the lava off, and we're already in midwinter. We're 1 month into winter, so no, we're fine. Nobody's dead. But no, I haven't had 41 dwarves today. I've been at 39 all day. That hasn't changed. And I just went through to double check, so no, nobody's died. At least no named dwarves have died, because we're still at 27. We were at 27 at the start of the day. I just accidentally dumped lava everywhere. It's a mess. Fortunately, lava's pretty slow moving, so it's not really something I have to worry about too much. Although, something I do want to deal with is I would like to pull this lever. Go back down to that dwarf who's mining, and then we'll finish the other half of that. I do know what I'm talking about, I swear. When I say nobody died. Generally, you can trust me that nobody's died. Let's just smooth these. Gonna quickly dig us a drain over here. There we go. Dig all that out. Then I'll have one more thing to actually do once it's done. Wait, hold on. Is the quiet man free? Oh no, wait, no. You were talking about the that guy beating it at that convention. Yeah. Well, conventions are kind of fun like that. Sometimes if nobody's paying attention and the game is short, you can play through the whole thing. Feed my overload and cleaned its poop overlord? Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, I don't comprehend the referencing of cats being overlords. I'm not one of those people. Fortunately, I put that door there. Honestly, me putting that door there is one of the best decisions I ever made with this thing. It's just like, there was one time I dumped a bunch of lava down here, and I was a big oops when that happened. And ever since then, it's like, well, the solution. Don't put lava in places where I could dump it and things. All right, so we're going to cut that out, and we're going to cut that out. Those two. Channel out both those chunks, and then it'll be fine. And we'll drain a little bit of lava out pretty quick. Wait for those 3 wall pieces to be done. 1, 2, and 3. Perfect. Now I can channel these. We just have to wait for one more dwarf to come through and get rid of this. We get to pour some water into the lava into the caverns. Goes 1. There goes the second bit. See? Question is, where's that gonna fall? Kind of curious. Oh, this might actually catch stuff on fire. This could be fun to watch. You're gonna head out? Alrighty. Well, we'll see you when we see you, dude. Thank you for hanging out, Cleveneer. It's good to see you as always. Oh, I just want to see where this lava falls. Kind of curious to see if it lands on this. Should. Maybe it just goes... well, it'll definitely land on that if it misses the first one. Ah! Would you look at that? We got fire. Setting the caverns on fire by draining my oopsie. Never a problem with this, right? Burn, baby, burn. A big old fire down in the caverns. Gonna burn up a forgotten beast's corpse from the looks of things. Also, Chad, say goodbye to Quevenair if you feel like being polite. More active the chat, the longer the Dwarf Fortress section. Otherwise, we will swap games. And when things get a little lurky, that's when I start to consider to swap games. I like watching fires and things burn in DF. Oddly entertaining. What is that? Oh, it's literally lava. Okay, I was like, why is there blood there? Oh, it's not blood. It's literally just lava. Not only is it lava, it is the lava that we are pouring. It's fallen down on lower trees further down. It's also landed down here on the ground and landed on some of the water down here. I mean, lurking is totally fine, but the more active the chat, the longer I'll do the thing that I'm currently doing, you know? There's nothing wrong with lurking, and I'm never going to tell you that you're not allowed to lurk. But if chat is super quiet, stream will be shorter. It's sort of like, you know, people are allowed to loiter in a restaurant, but if a restaurant doesn't have enough seats filled, then there's no reason for the restaurant to stay open. I don't know if that makes any sense, but making some obsidian down here. It's fine. All right, well, most of the fireworks are gone, especially because this will drain pretty quick. Yeah, it's almost drained already. All right, speaking of lava draining, let's go do the other bit that I have to do. At least that explains why my frame rate went kind of kaput. Lava drain. So this is the drain that's going to drain the lava out of my trap. Let's see how quickly this works. Because there's how much lava in here? All right, 3 of 7. Not bad. A decent amount of space for it to spread out into, too. I don't think I've ever actually successfully killed a Forgotten Beast with fire. I've had fire Forgotten Beasts kill themselves with fire. I had a Flaming Titan that showed up in a fort ages ago, which was a giant humanoid Titan. So it's basically like a giant made of fire. Its description was like funny because it literally just sounded like a Balrog. It's like it had horns, it had wings, it breathed fire, and it was made of fire, and it was a giant humanoid. So it's like, wow, that's literally a Balrog. That's the only time I've literally gotten to fight a Balrog in Dwarf Fort. But what's the word? It ended up dying because it burnt down a tree, and the collapsing tree made some logs from a previous tree fall, and the log fell on its head, and it crushed it. Feels like carpal tunnel is caught up with you. It's raining, and your right wrist feels like ass. Word of advice. Stretch like this. Hold 15, 20 seconds, okay? Stretch like this. Hold 15, 20 seconds. Do this. Do this. And then there's another one you could do where you kind of push it to the left and push it to the right. Kind of like that. And then do this. This, rinse and repeat. And do it with your other hand. Do that every day. And your problems with carpal tunnel will become minimal. Carpal tunnel isn't something that's like, once you have it, and you're just fucked. It's not like arthritis. Carpal tunnel is something that can be fixed. As somebody who spends, you know, a lot of hours at a computer, you can absolutely mitigate, maintain, and fix your wrists. I used to go to fighting game tournaments with friends because, you know, they just go to them and they were fun to hang out at. And they used to always have a nurse at these like fighting game tournaments, and I think she was like somebody's girlfriend from the events, but she would do like a little talk where she'd stand up and explain like how to keep your wrists from falling apart playing fighting games. And fighting games are one of the worst or fastest ways to get, like, playing competitive fighting games is one of the fastest ways to get like repetitive strain injury and carpal tunnel. So I don't know if that helps, but basic wrist stretches go a long way. Yeah, no, totally. I've tried to do that before. Set of the cavern on fire with lava while there's a forgotten beast down there. I've never actually managed to kill a forgotten beast with fire. Like that, is what I'm saying. Oh, no, I mean, like, what you wrote was perfectly understandable. I just simply talked about a story where I had a forgotten beast made of fire killing itself with fire. But I've never managed to actually do that. I've never managed to successfully burn a beast to death with fire. Also, I hope that you're having a swift and easy recovery. Brooks are no joke. All right, let's see how shallow this is. Because it needs to basically get down to 1. Once it's 1 deep, it'll be thin enough that it will start thinning out on its own. But we're getting there. It'll drain pretty quick. And up here, yeah, that's filling up. They're life-changing? Yeah, I believe it. All right, crutch, wood, 2. I know, that one of the biggest reasons for Dwarf Fortress keeping playability with only keyboard instead of just keyboard, instead of primarily mouse and keyboard, mouse first, keyboard second, and why there's still people in the community asking to just have primarily keyboard only control. And there's a few community members in Dwarf Fortress who play Dwarf Fortress because they have severe Parkinson's disease. And it's like, well, if you play Dwarf Fortress and as community member puts it, your hand is a built-in vibrator. So if your hand is just doing this all the time, it's really hard to, like, use a mouse. So games that have keyboard control where it's just like, yeah, I just press a button and everything is very grid focused and very easy to manage. It's like, oh, suddenly it's like Dwarf Fortress is playable for people with Parkinson's, which is kind of neat. There's a few people on Reddit and the forums being dicks about it, but I think that it's like Dwarf Fortress is very inaccessible to certain types of people right now, but it's also extremely accessible to different types of people, which I think is really interesting. It's like if you need to use a mouse to control a game, you can't play Dwarf Fortress right now. Really, like Dwarf Fortress isn't playable with just a mouse right now. But it's extremely playable if you have Parkinson's. Interesting. Because for a lot of people, it's like mouse control is an accessibility feature because it's like, oh, if you have like one finger, you can play a game that is entirely supported by via mouse. If you have like a pencil, you can play a game that is supported entirely with the mouse. Like if you can touch a trackpad, you can play a game, which is pretty important. But I also think that the concept of, oh, if your hands shake or if you need high accuracy, it's also something that I'm just kind of fishing for conversation topics right now while testing out this lava flow. I'm also kind of hoping that the humans invade because, like, I built this fucking thing now. In the last timeline, they attacked us a lot. In this timeline, they've been annoyingly passive. Come at me, humans. Don't make me attack you. Really don't want to do that. It's too much of a risk. I don't feel like it's worth losing a huge chunk of my military potentially. So probably start draining out very soon. Kind of sad that lava there isn't going to flow all the way to the end. It's also kind of curious to see how much they flow off. It's like that one actually has enough. This one also has enough to make it to the end and flow off the map. But this one doesn't. All this work and no humans to show for it. Exactly, Stone. Exactly. Your granny had Parkinson's, so you could see how it would work. Well, I mean, I think that we're in an era where like, and it's really cool, you know, like when I was a kid, it's like all the games I played were either like high dexterity or high spatial awareness. It's like all the games that I played were like, I played RTS games, a lot of real-time strategy games, and I played first-person shooters. And it's like first-person shooters when I was younger was like fucking Quake, right? And now we live in an era where, yeah, they're making first-person shooters, but they're making first-person shooters that you can play with like, that anybody can play. And like Quake is not accessible. Let's be fair. It's not accessible. Whereas like my grandmother plays video games, but the video games my grandmother plays is she plays online Scrabble. I don't actually know what version of Scrabble she plays, but she plays a version of Scrabble that has online leaderboards and like online rankings and shit. And she was bragging about her online world ranking for Scrabble. She's like, I'm number 470 in the world in my version of Scrabble. Like, damn, Grandma. Also, you probably play way more Scrabble than anybody else, but like, shit. She plays her 5 games a day and loves her Scrabble. Although I'm impressed because she does it on a computer and not on like a cell phone or something. It's not like she's playing some free-to-play Scrabble bullshit. She's playing like a version of Scrabble that she bought at Walmart. That apparently people still play online. Which is kind of neat. She may be getting a bit ditzy and forgetful, but she still plays her multiplayer Scrabble. Professional Scrabble is insane. It really is. Yeah, no, that's one of those, like... okay, so you know how, like, chess exploded when Queen's Gambit came out? I'm waiting for the Scrabble version of that show. Or Go, for that matter. Like, I feel like we're just one really good Netflix special away from an entire community just getting way into Scrabble. I get way too amused just watching lava dry up in Dwarf. It's like, oh, these single squares just start appearing everywhere because it's like, oh, it's drying. It's beginning. You look around, it's like, oh, it's almost all one because the ones evaporate. Twos don't evaporate, the ones evaporate. However you make your fun. I haven't logged into RuneScape since like 2011, probably. That's just my favorite part about, like, I guess the games industry maturing a little bit is that there's literally games for anybody now. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Let's see how much I can lose. Subtle, read the movements of animals and coming troubles. The prose is great. This is one of the better books that we have. Actually has a great prose. Although Cheers Jamie wrote so many books. Cheers Jamie was the king of the fort for a while. And it's kind of funny because I think Cheers Jamie tuned in, requested a dwarf, got a dwarf, and I don't think ever tuned in again. Which is kind of funny to me. Legendary King wrote a lot of books in the fort. Did a lot of good stuff. Oh shit, 2 points of vandalism against Frog? No. Sorry about that, Frog. Looks like you're going to do some more time in prison there. Hopefully in prison. Currently no sentence pending. Blue Space Weeb still resentful after getting in an argument, embarrassed of the lack of dining tables. Saw a dead body, you want to practice a craft. Well, you have weaving. Best of luck, Zakos and Peter. Also, I just want to say congrats, Stone, aka Seashore's Wall, for being the 12th best cheese runner player in the world. Congratulations. Well done. I am now the 20th. I was 19th, but I'm now 20th. I was 18th this morning. I'm now up to 20th. Guess I need to play more Cheese Runner. See how much time Frog gets in prison. 29 days. I want to say Frog liked being in prison, but I could be wrong. Why are you running away from the cops? Oh, I see. You're injured. And so the cops are trying... Okay, well, so I'm going to do a very inhumane thing. So the doctors are trying to tend to this dwarf's wounds. But instead of tending... Oh, now he's tantruming again. They're trying to tend to this dwarf's wounds, but can't because he keeps getting put into the hospital. I'm going to deactivate the hospital for a minute until I can get this dwarf into prison, who's currently tantruming again and trying to commit more crimes. Well done, Peter. Sorry, Zakos. I think I stole your tickets. But yeah, no, this dwarf is currently tantruming, and they were refusing to put him into prison because the other dwarf was trying to put him into the hospital. I do like that the hospital dwarf has priority, though. It's like they just pick up the dwarf that's been beaten, and they try to carry them to the hospital, and then the other one's like, nope, we're taking him to prison, and then they take him to prison, and then the hospital dwarf removes him from prison and puts him in the hospital again. It's kind of a funny little loop that happens that I'm always way too amused by. It's like, oh, look, you're going to prison. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, look, you're going to prison. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, look, you're going to prison. No, never mind. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, till eternity. Ad infinitum. I'm curious to see how much Frog for Hire hates being in prison. Once this is done, we'll reactivate. Felt wonder. Absolutely haggard. Okay, well, I'm going to go reactivate the hospital. So in case anybody else gets hurt, we have a hospital again. Feels guilty after being confined. Well, sorry, Frog for Hire. I think you're fucked. How's the lava draining going? It's going pretty well. Starting to drain. So it takes about as long to drain it as it does to fill it, based on my educated guess at this point. Pretty quick for lava, anyway, but it is draining. Of course, if anybody has any questions about Dwarf Fortress, as simple as they may seem, feel free to shout. Chat's just kind of quiet right now, which is okay. You're allowed to lurk. Don't apologize for lurking. But otherwise, I'm just going to kind of get stuck in my own ramble loops, which tends to happen. Which is okay on the face of things. It's just... we're just waiting for this to drain and hoping that the humans attack us because I have this lovely way to destroy it. Hey, Anthony made friends with Rory. That's lovely. You've gone bust like 3 to 4 times you've invested. Grats on modeling real life. It's literally a 50-50 chance. Exclamation point tickets is the command you're looking for, Erman. But they're not up right now, so it doesn't really matter all that much. Got to wait basically an hour before the next round of investments. Also nice. Wait, code. It's a lot of hours, dude. Thanks for hanging around the stream that long. Well, that did a real good job clearing out clearing out boulders. What I'm starting to think I'm gonna do is I'm thinking about just filling this up with a boulder stockpile. And just like fucking melting them. It does if you dump water on it. Otherwise, it either stays lava or it spreads out and dries. But it doesn't really just solidify by itself. There's no real volcanic rock or anything. How do I manage crafting needs for my dwarves? Currently, I have a shitload of bone carvers. I'm sorry. To keep from masterwork bolts, but there's not enough bones. Wiki doesn't give a good description of what craft is, so you say it's tanning hides counts, but you have your doubts. Tanning hides does count. Spinning threads counts. Spinning threads into cloth counts. In this particular fortress, the basement gets quite a lot of small spiders, so dwarves that really need to make a lot of crafts constantly, I just assign them as weavers, and they go out and they collect threads, because that's say auto setting in the orders job under which one is it? Yeah, there it is. Auto loom all thread and auto collect webs. So they just go out and they collect webs and they just do that. That helps. But they don't actually need that many crafts dedicated, because something that you can do that the game like doesn't explain or tell you anywhere is you can make guild halls. So if I make a guild hall, let's just make a guild hall real quick. Bop, bop. Meeting location, add location, craft guild hall. Let's just say we make a, I don't know, let's just say a crafts dwarf hall. Okay, I already have one. The Stainy hall, I'll just make it a crafts dwarf hall for sake of discussion. So it makes it as an addition to the laborious torch. I can now go down to the laborious torch and set it as all visitors welcome, or citizens and long-term residents only, or citizens only, or only members of the guild can visit. If you set it to anything that isn't only members of the guilds can visit, if a dwarf wants to make crafts, they can actually go to that zone and learn how to make crafts. So let's see if I can give you an example of that. Let's see if there's one happening. There isn't one happening right now. But like a dwarf that's good at crafting can just go to the crafter's shop and put on a class on how to craft, which gives them the exact same happy thought that making an item does without actually making the item. So you don't actually need them to be making crafts all the damn time. Of course, they like to be making crafts all the damn time, but that is another way that you can do it. So I mean, there's plenty of repeatable crafts. Things like smoothing is a craft, like smoothing stone, which is engraving. Engraving walls is a craft. Making cloth is a craft. Tanning hides is a craft. But like, you can also just have like 15 different guild halls, and they can literally just go there and study like going to school. It's like going and taking a metal shop class versus just buying a bunch of metal working tools and building a metal shop in your basement, right? Which is an option in this game. But like the game doesn't explain that anywhere. Like, admittedly, it's a brand new mechanic from the most recent version, really, and the Dwarf Fortress is notorious for like not explaining its own mechanics very well. So, I mean, the wiki also doesn't really explain them very well. But yeah, you can just use them as like schools. But you do have to have some good crafters in the fort already for them to operate that way. If you don't have any good crafters in the fort already, then they will just like, it'll just be an empty zone. But you can build them just like taverns and put food in them, and dwarves will just go there, socialize, hang out, and then dwarves that are skilled in the thing can organize lessons, essentially, and teach other dwarves, which is a neat mechanic that I really like. There was one time I had a super active miners guild, and I wasn't really paying attention to my dwarves' jobs. And then after a couple of minutes, I realized that every single dwarf in my fort, with the exception of like 3, were all miners. Like, under this screen, everybody was a miner. I was like, whoa. You do forced socializations with burrows? You don't really need to do that. If you're having to do forced socializations, it means you have way too many jobs active. You should have some idlers. You should never have everybody. The idler count should never be 0. If it's 0, you've got too many jobs. But unless you're like running a fortress for 1,000 years, you shouldn't need that. Like this dwarf here currently who's socializing. These guys are all hanging out in the Grand Crafts, which is my craft stores hall. Yeah. It's my Grand Guild Hall. This Guild Hall. This is where my crafts dwarves hang out. And this is where lessons are taught for crafting. So they really like... See, this dwarf's satisfied after teaching weaving. This dwarf just got the exact same thought they would get out of weaving something, but by teaching weaving, right? And then this dwarf is interested after learning about weaving, which is almost as good as, like, actually weaving. It's strange that dwarves would sing a Minecraft song about Minecraft, Piranha, but potentially. Free skills? Yeah. No, it's a cool mechanic. It also got Kotaku to write all of those fun, the dwarves in Dwarf Fortress are unionizing articles, which are true to a point. Sure, but why would dwarves from Dwarf Fortress know a song about Minecraft? I always like to call people out on that. Number one, I don't really like Yogscast that much. And number two, mostly because their publishing wing is really fucking annoying from a streamer's perspective. And I don't generally like their content all that much. And that song is a song about Minecraft that gets referred to as a Dwarf Fortress song all the damn time. It's like, well, no, it's a Minecraft song about Minecraft, not a song about Dwarf Fort. It's like saying that the dwarves singing about Moria in Lord of the Rings is a Dwarf Fortress song. It's like, well, it's not. Not a Dwarf Fortress song. It's a song in Tolkien's world, which is a very specific place called Middle Earth. Dwarf Fortress dwarves never wrote songs like that. All right, well, this is almost done. That's good. I mean, and maybe if their publishing wing weren't just a bunch of shovelware pushers, and if they were less annoying on that front, I'd maybe feel better about them these days. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge Yogscast fan. In fact, I would say I'm kind of the opposite of a Yogscast fan. They're just kind of the old school big guns of this industry, which doesn't make them fun to work with necessarily. There's plenty of people in this industry that have been in this industry for 1 billion years who I love working with. They're not one of them. You wish one day in the far future we get an update where we can listen to the generated instruments and songs in Dia? I have a feeling it wouldn't actually sound very good. That's just me making a wild guess as somebody with a bit of knowledge of how music works. Yeah, that's my. I don't think it would sound very good. I do completely agree. I think it would be rad. I just think I can pretty safely say that I don't think it would actually sound very good. You know, expectations versus reality thing, right? It's like expectations, epic dwarf music. Reality, blamp, 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 blamp. I don't know. Although, something I can say that we'll probably be getting, if not early in premium, then after a little bit in premium, is dynamic sounds based on location of camera and location of dwarf. That's something I'm looking forward to. I would love just like ambient talking sounds when looking at a tavern, or maybe ambient drum sounds near drums, or like ambient music sounds that are kind of unrelated, and music that changes based on where you are on what Z level you're looking at currently, like that sort of thing. That I'm excited about. I'm much more keen for that sort of thing than playing the generated music, because I feel like playing the generated music would be very, very, very annoying. Like I'm just imagining like just flying over top of your tavern and just hearing the same like blip 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 blip. What do the descriptions say the music is? They do. But I need to find dwarves that are playing music. Hold on. Let's wait until dwarves start playing music, and then I'll show you where to find the description. But I need them to actually like play music. You know what? I'm going to do the thing that I said that maybe you don't have to do. We'll lock the dwarves in the tavern for a minute. Dwarves, get in the goddamn tavern. Blah, 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 blah. Quit cleaning. Get in the tavern. Quit brewing. Get in the tavern. Quit making picks for the king. Get in the tavern. Just get in the fucking tavern. Hey, spring's arrived. Then get in the fucking tavern. Play us some music, damn it. They don't say the well. They do say the quality of the composition, not the quality of the execution of the current performance. But if it's like a shitty piece of music, they'll be like the current composition being performed is, you know, not awful, but not very good either. No, I agree with that. I think what I would prefer more than instrument descriptions would be something similar to what URR has. Which, here, let me grab you a link before I start yelling about Ultima. Ultima Ratio Regum, or whatever, however the fuck you pronounce it. This game thing, project, science project, thing to write a book. Anyway, experiment with procedural generation is like an open world mystery roguelike, which isn't fully playable yet and probably won't ever be fully playable, but it recently got an update, so hey, the first one in like 4 years. It has these procedurally generated images that are, you know, they're modular, right, based on like the faction's culture, but you can examine every single piece of furniture and it gives you a proc gen image for it. I would much prefer that. Like, I would much prefer like having procedural musical instrument images. Same with people and faces and fashion and all that sort of stuff based on where in the world you are. That would be much more interesting to me than something like that. Also, Ultima Ratio Regum is one of those games where when people are like, hey, what are games that compare to Dwarf Fortress in insane depth? That's one, but it's less of a game than Dwarf Fortress. It's literally just you can walk around this world and earn a little bit of coin and fast travel around and explore things, but there's like no actual quest. There's nothing to fight with. There's no real interactions outside of talking. But it generates cultures and it generates a world just as big and cool as Dwarf Fortress's worlds, if not cooler in some ways. It'll generate like cities with a population of several thousand, and you can interact with almost every layer of it. Waiting for them to play music. There we go. So if you see a dwarf playing an instrument, that's key, or singing, if you go to the, it's the G menu under their thing, right? That up there. It's like if DF was adventure mode only. But like Also not, because it has almost no mechanics outside of the world generation. It's basically you generate a world and then you explore the world. That's just, I recommend trying it. It's a weird game. Just don't expect much of a game. But anyway, they're playing the Poet of Phrases. It's a form of music used for entertainment originating in the Confederacy of Sport. Wait, hold on. Isn't that who we're at war with? My God. All right. Anonymous, you traitor. Used for entertainment originating in the Confederacy of Sport, because they used to visit us. The form guides the musicians during improvised performances. The singer recites nonsensical words. Poet of Phrases is the following structure. When possible, the performers are to use mordants to make trills. Performed using a thad. Varied in length. Yeah, it doesn't say the quality of this particular composition. Yeah, no, that's totally true. It's just, I think it's kind of funny. Yeah, no, this is where, like, the scales are constructed from 15 notes, dividing the octave in the quarter tones. Their spacing is roughly 1-X-X-X-X-X-X-X-X-X-X-X-X-X-X-X-X, where 1 is the tonic and 0 marks the octave and X marks the other notes. So, yes, it does give you a description of the way the music is structured, but it doesn't actually give you, like, a description of the music itself. Like, it's not like it's giving you, like, a printout of music sheet or anything. It's not even about sounding good. It's the simulating the sound that's stuff that makes based on existing scans of fossilized relics is already complex math. Calculating the sound based there we go. Calculating sound based off of some vague text descriptions of how instruments are assembled is going to be yeah, no, absolutely. You are completely correct. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want to see Dwarf Fortress do that anyway. Anyway, we're now getting attacked. So we get to test this thing out for real, which is actually kind of perfect because all of my dwarves are currently. It's like, fuck yeah, we're under invasion, woo! That's a strange response, but I am just going to check something. I'm going to erase all of this and all that. Run away now, dwarves. Please stop going where you're going. Turn the fuck around, Dwarf. Where are you going? Stone? Stony? Turn the fuck around. Thank you. Let's see how big this enemy siege is. Oh, it's a little baby siege. Oh, I'm so scared. Whatever shall we do? There's like 6 of them. Oh, hey, look, they're fighting with the emus. Speaking of emus, Chad, have any of you guys seen the recent viral sensation emu? The Emmanuel, don't choose violence. Have any of you guys seen that? It's a really good TikTok. Anyway, Let's, okay. Go down here and pull this lever. Actually, pull this lever now. The humans are fighting with that particular pack of emus. Also, I'm going to share the video that I'm referring to. This video went viral, and then the farm associated with it has now subsequently gone viral. Human wrestler is fighting with the emu. That lever not in the right spot. Okay, it is. Stone's gonna go pull the lever. Go pull the lever, Stone. Good lord, this fort is big. It becomes obvious just how big this fort is when they have to walk all the way across the fort to pull the lever. Or pull a lever. Alright, I got 2 levers to pull now. Now that that one's pulled, we got that one and that one. Hey, audio, we're about to turn some humans into charcoal. All right. Pretty small siege, but it's only the second one that they've sent, so I'm not too surprised that it's kind of small. They're also pretty spread out, but that's okay. Whole route into the fort is now open. Front door is shut. SFX for poor humans, pretty much. I don't actually know if they have a route into the fort just yet. They might not, because the lava might still be in the way. Yes, I need this lava to melt. Well, by the way, melt, I mean dry, so that they can walk across. Otherwise, they don't actually have a direct route into the fort right now. But they will, momentarily, once one of those bits of lava melts. And also, some of there's a few spots. This one. I think that's it. Pretty good timing, though. But how's things, audio? I think we're gonna play like maybe another hour of this, and then we're gonna at the very least burninate this siege, and then try and get to fall again. Also, we're at year 409. The last time travel was 411, so we're only 3 years away from surpassing where we were previously. How good is the AI? What in what Dwarf Fort? Yes and no. Very dumb, but also very smart. It depends on where you are in the game. The AI has a very good memory, but maybe not the best decision making. How's that? It's a pretty good description, actually. And your day is happier now. Yeah, that Twitter, I follow here. I can link the. I don't know how active you are on Twitter, but the farm's actual Twitter account is this person. It's like her and occasionally her wife just like taking care of animals and yelling at their emu. It's a very entertaining Twitter feed, and I guess probably TikTok feed, but I don't have a TikTok, so. But they repost a lot of their stuff to Twitter as well. So, I don't know. There's a lot of really good ones. And that video that blew up was just kind of like a compilation of a bunch of stuff that they did. There's a lot of really good videos of, like, it's like legit educational, like, this is what an animal does kind of videos. But then every now and again, it'll just be like, oh, also, and now just the cow fucking farted in front of the camera. And they're like, just come on! That kind of shit. The outtakes for that are very amusing. All right, welcome to the Human BBQ. Featuring your favorite humans. Those about to be BBQ'd. Okay, so there's only like 60 of them, so I don't actually need to catch that many of them in here. I'm curious about how many are up at the top. A couple more. Pretty fucking... I hate how spread out they get. It's kind of annoying, actually, but there also isn't really that many, so we'll just wait until these guys get to, I'd say, about here, and we'll just lock them in there and burninate all that are in there. I mean, they're called animals for a reason. They is indeed, man, animals. The kind of sad part is these recruits are usually just wearing clothing. So we're not actually going to get any materials out of these guys. Which is kind of funny. Also, which old expression are you referencing, Stone? If I can ask. Just looking around for more. All right, well, there they go. One of them turned around and decided to fuck off, which, you know, probably wise, frankly. But yeah, the AI kind of has one of three goals when they attack you, Marius. The humans want to siege outside and send in large scout parties to see if you're easily killable, and then if you are, then they attack you. The second goal that they can have is the ones that the goblins show up with, which is they want to kill the majority of the people on the site, and they don't care about scouting. And then there's the elves, which will stealth, and so they show up invisible and they try and sneak into your fortress, and they will only stay until they run out of arrows. But once they run out of arrows, they will stop firing. So the humans kind of do this annoying thing where they spread out and send out recruits first, which I'm not a huge fan of. It's quite annoying. And then they try and run back and wait for their leader before they actually attack proper. Not my favorite way to fight humans, but here we are. Okay, how many approximately are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Not very many, but it's probably enough, because this is a pretty small siege. Because, like, there's 68 animals on the screen, but probably about, I don't know, one whole page. Yeah, that should be good. All right, let's just pull both these levers. Oh, no, not that. Let's pull this one. Do it now. And pull this one. Also do it now. So now I just need them to all be in the fort before they turn around and try and run out because they're done scouting. That should close any second. And with this up here. Human is killing a marmot up on the surface. Pull the lever, Dwarf. Damn, that timing. All right, so are they trapped inside? Excellent. Let the burning begin. I have a feeling we're going to get sieged a lot this year. It's just a weird hunch that I have. So they'll probably all pick a spot and then they'll huddle in that spot. But here comes the lava. You want 1 pick, 3 crutches, and 3 gloves. Leather, glove, 3. Crut, wood, 3. So here comes the lava. Chat, pour one out for these humans about to burn. It's going to take a little bit, but they will all burn. And then only materials that don't get melted by lava will remain. Everything else of them will be gone. Also, the frame rate is actually going at the speed it's supposed to now, which is beneficial. Beneficial, shall we say. Good luck there, human. There he goes. Pop! Mika. Or M-I-T-A-U-K-O. So, chat, I got a question. Should we immortalize this human as the first human to be burned? Because that is the first human to be burned in here. Nope. They wouldn't. They're not that smart. So there's a planned major overhaul, which is going to happen as part of the map rewrite and Villains Part 2, which will probably be out, if I had to make a wild guess, maybe 2-3 years after Steam version, which is going to redo all of the CJI and make them bring, bigger siege weapons and shit. And actually, it's going to add in a lot of mechanics that the game is capable of, but doesn't currently have. Bloom. That was a funny sound. Thanks for the $5, Raz. Cheers, dude. Mita, UK. This wet saviors. Okay. Well, I am now immortalizing you in a statue, human, as you engulf yourself into flame. The rest of them are all down at the end. Also, chat, can I get a couple beers in chat for Raz being awesome? And Diamond, you're crazy. By the way. By the way, everybody, I just want to like quickly remind everybody. Diamond currently has the high score for the most tickets for anybody ever. In my dumb channel points or tickets game thing where you can gamble tickets for more. Diamond is currently far and away #1 all time. Previous record was, I think, like 150,000. Meanwhile, Diamond just casually invested 200,000. All in one sitting. Did the invest go through because you didn't have the... You don't have the rest of chat. Okay, hold up. I don't even know if they're open. They might not be open. Here. I will restart my bot. Let's see if it works now. No. Okay, hold up. I will just fully restart my bot for you. Sorry, you're going to hear computer sounds for a few seconds. Well, shoutouts to this recruit who's all by himself. You're not even going to die with friends. There you go. It'll go through now. I'm doing this just so that you can invest your 200,000, Diamond. Worth hearing Windows sounds, I think. Man, I feel kind of bad for Godin right here. Imagine just getting recruited, given a sperm whale leather loincloth and alpaca leather loincloth and a buffalo leather trousers. He's wearing 2 loincloths? Trousers, loincloth, loincloth. I guess one for the front, one for the back? I don't know how loincloths work. Imagine being sent out with 2 loincloths and like leather clothing and just being told, go siege the dwarves, and then this happens. This is like how you get those scenes in the action movie where the guy's just like flying off a bridge in a car, and it's like, as you can see, I've had a pretty rough day. It's the moment that he realized that he fucked up. Change the win rate to 0%. I don't know why you would accuse me of such things, Diamond. Come on, man. You know that I am a man of class. Also, I invested first, so if I set it to 0, then I would... Oh, set you to 0. I would say that I had the ability to do that, but I don't actually. That would require custom scripting, which I can't be asked to do, to be honest with you. Oh, also, this has nothing to do with anything. But I posted this last night on Discord. I'm officially ready to brew, or ferment, I guess, not brew. Ferment my cabbage. It's my very own fermentation bomb. It's going to blow up in my cupboard, and I can't wait. Landlord's going to kill me. All right, well, that human there has seen better time. How did you catch fire? Hold on a second. What? We got a human here that's on fire, that has no clothes on, but isn't dead. And also isn't smoking. I guess that Getek's just hot right now. I think that Getek is actually just currently representing all of England. All by himself. Well, there goes that one. F's your 200,000 tickets, Diamond. Sorry. I got the ebook from Humble Bundle for mention, so wait, what? I think a loincloth is a piece of fabric you strap with another piece of cloth or rope and the ends hanging out the front and back with the cloth itself. Yeah, pretty much. Something like that, yeah. Now they're panicking and on fire. Well, this seems like an improvement. What's funny is I could technically, like, release the other end of them. They're all trying to retreat, but there goes another one. Pop. Which one, the hours or the tickets, Raz? Buck says, Diamond, yet you're still like hundreds of thousands of tickets ahead of the highest previous ever score. Diamond, I got a question. Are you going on a trip or something? Because, like, you said that you were catching a plane. So, where are you going, if I can ask? Kind of surprised to see you here is all I was going to really say with that. I was expecting you to be gone for a bit. Lava flow. Lava flow. Oh, you're in Spain. Cool. I hope you have fun in Spain. There is whenever people reference Spain, I have to try really hard to not talk about a podcast that I listen to. That it's a comedy podcast that talks about light science subjects. And the reason I have a hard time not referencing it is because they had this joke where they referenced outer Spain, and that's where the space comes from. They already have so much space in outer Spain. Like, they shouldn't, like, you know, why would they worry about any kind of, like, overpopulated housing or anything? I mean, it's outer Spain. They got all of the space. Yeah, I have a hard time, like, not making, like, oh, how's the orbit from up there and shit like that jokes, which, like, nobody who hasn't listened to that podcast would really get. I mean, it sounds like you're in Spain, Diamond. It's like a little drunk after a few beers and a mojito. Damn straight. You should be. You're in Spain. I expect nothing less. Your dwarf is doing a very good job running management over here, by the way. Drunk or not. Doing a very good job. I kind of accidentally flooded the basement with lava today, but it's fine because I fixed it. So, you know, nobody died, I think. But we did flood the basement with lava. Regardless, it's fine. Like I said, I fixed it. Now I'm just burninating humans. Typical Monday. I really hope I got enough of them in here to make them retreat. If I didn't, I'll just drain it out and fill it up again. I'm still very amused by this human that's still technically on fire, but hasn't burned yet. I've seen this bug happen before. Where, like, so a fun little thing about Dwarf Fortress, chat room. The melting point of fat is a lower temperature in Dwarf Fortress than the burning point of skin. So their fat could be on fire underneath their skin, but their body hasn't actually ignited yet. So this human might be burning internally, sort of similarly to internal bleeding. But they haven't actually caught fire yet. It's just kind of like one of those anomalies of like Tarn getting the numbers slightly wrong and then just never really bothering to fix it. So like that's a human combusting, that little cloud of smoke that you see there. That sounds painful. It's called dwarven liposuction. You set them on fire for a very short period of time and dump water on their head. So it melts all their fat out of their pores. Exactly, just like being in England right now. It melts all the fat out of their pores, and then the rest of their body just like continues to exist. It's a pity it doesn't work that way in real life, because everybody would be just getting an unwanted diet. I'm curious to see if this human actually bursts into flames, though, when the lava hits them. They should. Ah. Oh, what? Oh, no, I see. Okay. So there's a cloud of smoke there. Let's see if the human emerges. I think he's still on fire. He's actually... We found the human torch, chat. He's immune to fire. Is he a wizard? Depends. Still hasn't burned to death. All right. We have a bugged out human that is fire immune. I think this bug's been fixed, by the way, since this version. He is standing knee deep in lava, on fire. How horrific it would be watching your friends being burned alive while waiting for your inevitable demise. That's like some like ancient history barbaric shit right there. Burning at the stake and whatnot. I don't want to imagine what that would be like. I guess we should Well, I mean, if he's a menace to society, we have to rename him to Dennis. Slow traps of burning. I don't actually know if this is going to be enough damage to them to break the siege. Pompeii, yeah, that's also a pretty good example, actually. Although Pompeii was so brief that I don't know if Pompeii is necessarily the best example. Just because, like, Pompeii was probably closer to, like, a wall of dust, right? They probably die from damaged lungs. I mean, they'll die eventually in here. They'll die when it fills up entirely. But we do have 2 humans bugged out in it, which is kind of fun. Or I could just send my dwarves in there to kill them. They'll die pretty efficiently. Yeah, this should be enough, I would think. It's not a huge siege, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them left. $500 seed dust and debris swarms over here. Yeah, no, and it would come in like instantly, like a wall. It would it'd be like the equivalent of a nuclear bomb going off. Pompeii was more akin to it, like a nuclear explosion or like an asteroid hitting than like, I don't know, those eruptions that you watch footage of from Hawaii. It's not like a slow lava cloud. It was just a... Is that an artifact or something? Nope. A large rope reed headscarf. These ones at the end, though. These guys are in the scariest predicament, though, I would say. Because they're actually able to talk. So, like, in adventure mode, we could actually, like, sit there and see what they're saying, but... They're probably talking to each other. Which is why Dwarf Fortress... And it's being logged in the background, which is why Dwarf Fortress uses so much memory. That's probably something to do with death, begone fear. I have no part in this. This is my fight too, and stuff like that. Death, it's all around us. Our life in the absolute realm is so short and fleeting. It's the reason they can make those statues from dead people? Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, Krakatoa went up like that. Yeah, no, there's plenty of examples of, like, volcanoes going off and just decimating entire cities. Speaking of, did you guys hear about the asteroid blast that landed in the Middle East that they've discovered, like, proof of fragments of that probably is what dropped the walls of Jericho and turned that one guy's wife to a pillar of salt in the Bible, in the Old Testament? Apparently, they found evidence of an actual fucking meteor. Well, that's kind of neat. Which decimated multiple cities in like a 600-kilometer square radius of just everything just gone. Yeah, here it is. It's a bit of an older article. I only just stumbled upon it recently. Yeah, it's the meteor that destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, and also potentially the walls of Jericho, all at the same time, 3,600 years ago. Pretty much, yeah. It's like a much smaller version of the dinosaur killer. This is like literally a fucking nuke went off. It's kind of crazy though. And it makes sense why that would be a biblical event. Like if that happened now, I mean, obviously it wouldn't be a biblical event, but it definitely would be something that we'd talk about at extent for a while. They'll eventually die. Although I may actually have to send in soldiers to just kill these dudes. Poof. But yeah, no, I mean, it was the end of last year that they found like the proof of fragments of them. But it's like, this is what happens when we're slowly excavating cities. And I think shit like that's super neat because like it gives some truth to the old stories from the Bible, you know? Like I grew up very Christian, but I'm pretty much agnostic these days. It's like I take all that stuff with a grain of salt. And it's really neat kind of seeing, oh, like this is actually like the more historically accurate version of this story. It's still an interesting story. It's just neat seeing the a version that I can look at and be like, yeah, that's believable. I believe that. Also, the humans are finally leaving, including Olm Woodmark, who got completely annihilated by an emu right at the start of that. Shoutouts to Emmanuel. The internet's favorite emu. I think that's fair to say. We'll just let this continue to fill for a little bit. So all the clothing that you see that's left in here, like these, it's a silver whip and an iron mail shirt and an iron shield. If a meteor that big hit? Oh, absolutely. Depending on where it hit, yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, I would also imagine a meteor of that size going, like, hitting Earth would also probably kick up a bunch of dust into the atmosphere and make certain parts of the world, like, not uninhabitable, but, like, very unpleasant to live in for a while. How do I drain the lava? I pull a lever. It drains out the sides in those open zones there. I have essentially floodgates to drain it out. What am I intending to ferment? I want to make sauerkraut, fermented sauerkraut, which is very easy. It's just salt and cabbage. Maybe some, like, spices, too. And then I also want to make kimchi. God, that's a bad movie. Like, can I Don't Look Up. It gets its point across. But my God, that's an unpleasant film. And not even like it's an unpleasant film because it's like its intent is to be unpleasant. There's literally like it's just not an entertaining film. It's just it's just boring. That movie was so fucking boring. I don't know. My mom and dad loved that movie, and I'm just like, that movie was really bad. It's like, there's a lot of ways that they could have conveyed that message of Don't Look Up in a movie that wasn't 2.5 hours. Like, that movie could have been an hour and a half, and it would have been much better. Otherwise, it was just so fucking long in the tooth. Did not like that movie. Jennifer Lawrence is really hot in that movie, though, so I will give it that. But that's just kind of standard Jennifer Lawrence in a movie affairs, so. Like, the acting is good, but actually watching that movie is kind of oof. So I've got these 3 bugged out humans. Actually, I wonder. Curious about something. Are they technically engulfed in lava? Yeah, they literally are. Okay, so. I guess I have a few options. I could wait for the whole thing to fill up. Or I could just drain it and just leave them in there. And then send my military in to just off them. Let's do it that way. Actually, you know what? I know how I can do this. Ooh, No, they probably, they wouldn't set the ground on fire around them, I don't think. Okay. I'm going to drain the lava out of this. And I'm just going to open up the top gate and just let them out. And they'll probably just leave the map, if I had to guess. So, pull this and pull this. And now you'll see how it drains, Finian. Doobie-doop. Boop. Boop. 2 levers have been pulled, and now it does this. And that's how it drains. The lava goes out the sides, essentially. And down the bottom there. It actually drains quite quick. All things considered. Is that a pit it flows down into? Nope. It flows off the edge of the map. I could have made it go down into a pit, but it just goes off the side of the map. The Death Star? Obi-Wan turning off the tractor beam? I wish that Star Wars didn't just make me sad. No, I miss when I liked Star Wars. I wish that I still liked Star Wars. Do you ever, think back on something that you used to love and go, man, I wish I still liked that thing? I guess for me, it's mostly just Star Wars and ex-girlfriend. Oh, well. Life. But yeah, it just flows that way. King wants 2 more picks. So there's 3 burning humans on my map now. I mean, I guess there's worse things we could have. We'll just pretend that they're ghosts. Also, I'm kind of curious if they placed that statue. Yeah, they did. What's the statue of? So this is Mita, Wet Saviors, the first human to burn. On the item is a well-designed image of Mita, the human, and Kamika, and the human in iron by Saigon. Mita is embracing Kasuma, The artwork relates to the marriage of the human Mita, wet saviors, to the human Kasima clasp spirit in the early autumn of 338. So in 338, they got married. Do what you gotta do, Diamond. So if they got married in 338, how old was that human? It's 409. Like, you were pretty old. They were in their 70s. There's a backstory for every person? Oh. Oh, you know so little. So, every single living entity in all of Dwarf Fortress for every single world is tracked. They all have parents, birth date, relationships, friends, knowledge, experiences, skills, and that carries from fort to fort. And so, like, if I'm playing this fort, right? If I retired this fort, and there was a dwarf in this fort, right? Like, let's say a dwarf that was visiting. So not a dwarf that was in my fortress permanently, but just like a bard or somebody who was visiting my tavern. If I load up an adventurer in adventure mode, I could probably go find that bard in that tavern, ask that bard if they want to come with me on an adventure. They probably would say yes if I had a particularly well-spoken adventurer. Walk them to, let's just say, from this fortress here, all the way down to this human civ right here, and then park them there. Like, retire them again, and then start a different adventurer, let's say up here, and then walk down to that first spot. They would both be there most likely. They all have histories, and they all have stories. Dwarf Fortress, the thing that makes Dwarf Fortress cool is most things, they don't let you... Most games like Dwarf Fortress, I just got a meme added at me. Thanks, Hobo, if you're watching. When most games that try to be like Dwarf Fortress generate a world, they just give you a map. Dwarf Fortress generates the histories, life stories, and events for every single living character in the entire world. So, like, this fortress right here, which is right next door, has 600 dwarves in it. Every single one of them exists in the world and has a history. I could go look them all up in Legends mode. So there are some done in batches, like insects, like it can't track an individual fly. Certainly, but I'm mostly talking about intelligent creatures. Intelligent creatures like dwarves, humans, elves, goblins, kobolds, gremlins are all tracked. The game does cheat in some ways, but like they are all entities that exist within the world. Like, the story that I love to return to is right at the beginning of this fortress in, like, I think it was the very first VOD, way back when, we got attacked by some kobolds. And after a couple rounds of getting attacked by the kobolds, a visitor actually killed one of them, who was Kaljarorber, this kobold, right? Now, this here kobold, Kaljarorber, I felt so bad when they killed the kobold, because I kind of like letting kobolds sneak into my fort and steal my stuff. They're a little annoying, but, like, I don't know. I think they're kind of charming. Anyway, this human visitor killed this kobold, Kaljarorber. So I made a statue out of Kaljarorber. Well, this kobold always visited with two other kobolds. One of them being Gurgi Kalildis, which is mentioned in this statue. And then I got my dwarf, one of the original 7, Cassiopeia Star, to make a statue out of Nice for them. That dedicated to Kaljarorber, and the item is a masterfully designed image of Kaljarorber, the kobold, and Gurgi Kalildus, the kobold, by Cassie. Kaljarorber is embracing Gurgi Kalildus. The artwork relates to the marriage of the two kobolds in the early spring of year 5. Those two kobolds got married outside of my fortress in the first year of the world. In the first year that I inhabited the world, I guess. And then tried to steal my stuff. Tried twice. Were successful twice. And then the third time, we separated a couple and they never came back. I know, I'm sad. We ruined a marriage. Years ago. Yeah. 400 years ago. You know nothing about Dwarf Fortress, having your eye on it for a few years now, but you saw it's coming to Steam and you decided to wait for the release? You know what, the Dwarf Fortress is free to download on the official site. Yeah, it is free. Like, it's crowdfunded. Should look up what happened to the wife. We did a while ago. They died after getting attacked by something. I mean, you could also look it up by downloading the save file right here. Gergi Khalildis. If I recall correctly, they died some time ago. It's like most things in the world have died quite some time ago, except for maybe some elves and a couple demons. Various other immortal creatures. Right after you mentioned that, yeah. No, that's fair. Colorful fort. Yep. That's a pretty colorful fort. Note the pillar of lava in the middle. Did you actually have to replace the floors with different materials? Yes. It's a combination of electrum gold and orthoclase. And then rose gold, kimberlite. Yeah, these are all manually placed. I didn't. That was not natural. Speaking of not natural, neither is this. So, you know. But yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is a fun game just to experience. And I really, really hope that it comes across clearly to people who experience the game first in the Steam mode, or in the Steam version, because the problem with the Steam version is in awe. Really? You're in awe at your table? Well, that's nice, do it. The thing that I think people need to realize about the Steam version is the Steam version is actually going to be an inferior version at launch. It's going to be a lesser version at launch because it's not going to include all 3 modes. It's only going to include 2 of 3 because only 2 are ready to go and they don't want people to wait any longer. So it's only going to be launching with 2/3 of the game. It's not going to have adventure mode at launch. They will start on adventure mode after fortress mode is out. So not that I just made, that's just his table that he owns. That table's been there for like 200 years. The kind of crappy part about that is one of the coolest things about Dwarf Fortress is the fact that you can make a fortress, populate it with dwarves, play it for a bit, make another fortress, populate it with dwarves, play it for a bit, make an adventurer, travel to both of your fortresses and to some other fortresses, make a third fort, park the adventurer there, bring a bunch more adventurers to the third fort, reclaim the third fort, play that fort for a bit, attack your first fort because you're in a different faction now, steal stuff from your first fort, and then go back to the first fort and then completely obliterate the third fort that you made from the first fort. Like, that's the kind of what makes Dwarf Fortress really cool, and not being able to do the adventurer shenanigans. It's kind of sad, but it makes sense because, like, you know, Fortress mode is the most popular mode, and I really hope that Fortress mode kind of gets to sing a little bit more, because right now it kind of feels that... Let's turn on the fountain. Right now it kind of feels that a lot of people just kind of... You want an Electrum cabinet in your dining room? If you insist. Electrum cab 1. Right now it kind of feels as though I think a lot of people just completely miss adventure mode, even though it's super cool. A lot of people just kind of write it off and just... Think about it this way. Dwarf Fortress is 3 things in one. It's a massive history generator that generates very believable worlds with massive locations and a ton of shit in with each faction. It's an open world survival sandbox, kind of like Kenshi. and it's fortress mode, which you're seeing right now. So because it's, yeah, no, absolutely. It probably will be. I mean, it'll give people a reason to come back, and hopefully that'll be an influx where everybody gets into DF Adventure mode. You just hope this Steam version comes with ASCII? Hold on a second. If you want ASCII, why would you be playing the Steam version? I mean, it will, because it has to, because that's part of Steam's EULA. But, like, the ASCII version isn't going to support the new UI for, I would guess, like a year, probably. Because they're going to have to backwork all of the new UI into the ASCII, basically like demake their own UI, which probably will be less work than building a UI, but they still need to demake it. So it will, theoretically, because it has to, but not immediately. If you want to play the ASCII version, just go play it. It's free. Like, literally, like, just go download Dwarf Fortress from bay12games.com/dwarves and play Dwarf Fortress. It's free. You don't have to worry about paying for things. You can literally just dive in and play. If you're not afraid of ASCII, just go play the game. In fact, if you want ASCII specifically, definitely just go play the game. No spam bots on YouTube today. Weird. Maybe I finally banned them all. I mean, well, you can't have both currently, unfortunately. Hammond. You can already do that too. Yeah, absolutely. If you want a tile set, you can do that. But if you're okay with ASCII, just play vanilla right now. It's not a hard game. It never has been. All of those memes about it being a learning cliff are just people who are scared of ASCII. The wiki is a very good resource to help you learn the game, and it's really not as crazy as people make it seem. Is downloading DF? Did you not realize it was free, Benian? If you need a setup tutorial on how to set up a basic tile set, Krug Smash's video is the best, by the way. Here, give me a sec. There you go. Dwarf Fortress has been free since 2006. Dwarf Fortress is the original free-to-play crowd-funded game. It's fully supported by its audience and its community. And it's been that way since, which is also part of the reason why development is so slow. But kind of hope Tarn keeps creating what he wants to create. That's what's brought to us Dwarf Fortress in the first place. Sometimes getting too much feedback from fans can be a bad thing. No, totally. I don't think that's a problem. Radix. I don't think that's a problem. I think that we just need the premium versions to be done. Anybody who listened to the most recent interview I did with them will kind of understand why. It's just, you know, they want to go back to working on fun, cool, like proc gen experiments and not necessarily, you know, just building a how do I word this? Not necessarily just building a pull that lever, let them out if they can get out. They want to go back to just, you know, working on a big crazy art piece and not just, you know, arrange UI elements on a screen. So once the premium version is out and playable, and once they've finished updating it, so once they've spent maybe another year making a bunch of money, they can then just go back to what they actually want to work on, which is just, yo, let's add weird shit to Dwarf Fort, because that's what they get joy from. That's what gives them joy, and they should be allowed to do that. You're weird. Here's the thing. Don't say you're weird like that. That's 99% of people who play games, I swear to fucking God, and it drives me nuts. If you don't want to play it, don't play it. But if you want ASCII, the Steam release probably won't have that at launch. I can almost guarantee it. Because the thing is, Steam has a clause, right? You're allowed to release a paid version of game and also a free version of the game. But if the free version has features that the paid version doesn't have, those features need to be included in the paid version, right? When Premium releases, Classic, which is free on their website, is going to be like a year behind because Premium's getting mechanical changes. I'm not going to go into the list, but there's a pretty decent list of mechanical changes that will make save files not compatible and other things. Like they're changing how stone workshops work. They're no longer stoneworker shops or mason shops. They're now going to be stone cutter shops, and some verbiage and jobs are being moved around. So the two aren't going to be compatible, meaning because they're two separate pieces, right? Of software at that point. Then once adventure mode is added into Premium, they're then going to backport all the UI upgrades and the mechanical upgrades to Classic, meaning Classic is going to be behind for, like, I would guess a year. So ASCII probably won't be in Premium initially. There will probably be a custom tile set that looks like ASCII, but it won't be ASCII initially. It's just going to have the Premium tile set. So if you want ASCII, but you also want all the highfalutin fancy fucking features of Premium, at least initially, I can't fucking help you. I would just say you can't have everything right away, most likely, based on the knowledge I have. So if you want to play Dwarf Fortress, fucking just put it as a non-Steam game on Steam. It'll track your hours. It only updates once a year, maybe. You don't have to worry about updating it that often. You could do that. And yes, it will track your hours. Last update was 18 months ago? Yeah, that's about right. It was May 2021? No, May 20... Fuck. Actually, when was the last update? It was the update that added guilds and shit. January 2021. Not May. The one before that was May. Was it February? Actually, I think it started in February and worked all the way through till May. Yeah, it was Villains Part 1. Was the last update. Or no, the last update was a balancing pass. The update before that was Villains Part 1. Anyway. 18 already? Yep. Time fly. But I don't know. It makes me genuinely sad when people are just like, I'm weird like that. Let's go play the game. Quit complaining. It genuinely makes me sad. Like, just play the fucking game. It's a cool game. You will not die if you don't have features that Steam has that actively make gaming worse. You know, it was kind of funny. Like, I host a podcast, right? And we were talking about the town builder Dwarf Romantic, the little town romance, little puzzle city builder thing. And one of my teammates, Kiri, mentions that she doesn't like the hard mode because there's no achievements tied to it. So as she said, and she also didn't like the quick mode because there's also no achievements tied to it. And she says that there's no reason to play them. And I said, well, I prefer hard mode because it's more challenging and it's a quicker play session. So instead of being stuck in this city building thing, I sit there for an hour, like fiddling away and building a thing. It's like 20 tiles max, basically, for the quick mode. And I much prefer the quick mode. And I also like the hard mode a whole lot. And she goes, well, I mean, it's a waste of time because there's no achievements. It's like, well, I play video games for fun. Isn't that like a weird fucking concept? I play games because I enjoy playing them. I don't fucking care if it counts my hours. Fuck, time flies? Yeah, it does. Yeah, I fucking do. Nice, it chugged quite the RAM. It uses 15% of my RAM very consistently, but it will eventually fill up, yeah. How big of a world are you generating, Fenian? And if you need help, just yell in chat and we'll walk you through shit. It's really not that bad. It's just clunky. But once you learn it, it's like riding a bicycle. Large? You didn't set it to long history, did you? Because if you set it to large and long history, you'll be sitting there for about 4 hours probably. Because it takes time. Although there's a massive bug in that version that you currently have that the premium version has recently fixed to do with the writing of books. It's just standard. Okay, then it'll take 10 minutes probably. Actually, I don't know how good it takes my computer about 5 minutes to do a large 250-year-old world. 5 to 10 minutes. Once it hits about year 250, once it hits about year 200 in a large world, it slows to a crawl. Pretty much. Oh yeah, also if Dwarf Fortress stops responding for a bit, don't worry, it'll be fine. It'll figure itself out. That's pretty normal. They're dancing. The Fuchsia Velvet is a dance that we first composed. From my faction. They're singing, they're performing dance, and playing a lular. Which is a, made of obsidian, this one. It is a tiny handheld metal stringed instrument with a metal yoke and a metal stone body. The strings are suspended from the yoke down to the body, and the musician picks the 6 strings with a ceramic plectrum. The tuning is accompanied by pegs, and the tuning is also possible by turning small levers. The instrument has a 4-octave range, going from middle to extremely high pitch, and the instrument has a thin, muddy timbre. You're on vacation week 1 and you have crap planned doing. You got oh sweet, hell yeah. I mean, that's perfect time. Perfect time to learn Dwarf Fortress is on a 4-week vacation. You won't have much vacation left by the time you're done learning Dwarf Fort though. You're sure this is a dumb question? It's probably already answered 1,000 times, but is the premium version multi-threaded? Dwarf Fortress already is multi-threaded, dum-dum. It runs on 2 cores. The UI runs on 1 core, and with the graphics, and then the rest of the game runs on your single core. It'll never be multi-threaded. It'll never be truly multi-threaded. And people should really stop asking, because that question has been answered 10,000 times. It's not ever going to be purely multi-threaded. You have to remember that Dwarf Fortress started being programmed in 2003, when multi-threading was a twinkle in many process per manufacturer's eyes, and only really existed in very expensive industrial computing. So no, it's not going to have multi-threading. People, like I said, need to stop asking, because unless you want to wait another 4 years for them to rewrite the entire code base, it's not going to happen. Or if they open sourced it, which might happen. I mean, like, Tarn was literally suggesting the concept of maybe open sourcing part of Dwarf Fortress after Premium, like, in the last time I spoke with him. So, like, yeah, maybe not. But no, is the short answer. Now it moved up one. Okay, so you hit the point where it slows down. It's somewhere between, like, 150 and 200 is where it slows down usually with large worlds. But also, yes, that is normal. It will hitch and stall, but it'll finish. It'll figure itself out. The thing is, if Tarn open sources Dwarf Fortress, he's stated before that, and like I will quote what he said in the interview. It would be really interesting to open source a portion of Dwarf Fortress, specifically world generation. So if he were to, if a part of Dwarf Fortress gets open sourced, it would be the world gen. Because that is the cool part of Dwarf Fortress that also wouldn't, compromise the existence of their private business. Which is the existence of Dwarf Fortress funding Bay 12, right? So they could open source a portion of it, which would be really cool. I mean, that would be neat, but it's never going to be truly multi-threaded. People just need to realize that Dwarf Fortress is a game. It's like City Skylines, right? If you build a reasonable sized city in City Skylines, it'll always run just fine, right? if you build the biggest possible city with the densest possible roads and a bunch of downloaded assets, it's going to run like ass. Dwarf Fortress is kind of like that. If you build a fortress like this is a perfectly playable frame rate, right? Many people will tell you it is impossible to keep a fortress alive for more than 10 years without your game crawling down to single frames and be unplayable. That is factually incorrect. If you're even remotely decent at managing your items in the game, you have no problem keeping your frames up. This fortress is 400 years old. It's 404 years old. I started this fort in August 2020. Frame rate death is a myth. The game runs just fine. It'll run slowly, but it runs just fine. And every single version, every single update Dwarf Fortress gets a couple performance increases. And it always gets a little bit better and always gets a little bit more optimized. Dwarf Fortress is a game like Cities Skylines where, yeah, if you run it within the means that your computer can function, it'll run just fine. Like, if you have a weaker processor with a lower clock speed and not a lot of RAM, you can run a fortress with 50 dwarves and never have a problem with frame rate. If you have a high-end PC, you can run 200 dwarves and have a fine frame rate. You can do that on a decent-sized map with plenty of dwarves. If you have a supercomputer, you can run a large world with a large number of dwarves in a bigger map and be mostly fine. There is like various bottlenecks for Dwarf Fortress where it will crawl to a halt, but it's still playable. And people need to like realize that if you think of it more as a sim game, it makes a lot more sense why it slows down. And when you actually take into account like the fact that it is single threaded and the way that the game works is it goes through ticks. So it literally checks every single item on the map, each tick, as to where the item is and what it's doing. If you're playing Dwarf Fortress, you shouldn't be playing Dwarf Fortress because it is a perfectly well-designed, architected game that performs super well, looks super good, and sounds super good. No, if you're playing Dwarf Fortress, you should be playing it because there's literally nothing else like it. That's what's cool about Dwarf Fortress, is that there is nothing else like Dwarf Fortress. If there was other things like Dwarf Fortress, there'd be no reason to play Dwarf Fortress, right? But the reason people like me are still here, still enjoying Dwarf Fortress, and still having a blast, is because there's nothing else quite like it. Like right now, I've got 3 bugged out humans that should be dead. I'm just gonna release them, let them go home. They'll be fine. They'll attack me again later. But like, they should be dead. But the game broke halfway through. It's fine. It happens sometimes. Not super frequently, but sometimes. If you're playing Dwarf Fortress, it's not because it's gonna run well. It's never gonna run well. And that's... Dwarf Fortress will run on anything, and it'll run fine on everything, but it won't run exceptionally well on anything. And that's just kind of the way this game is, and I think it's always going to be that way, to a degree. But, you know, just as an example, Finian, like Stone was explaining this loosely, but that world that you're generating, that probably will take you, 5 minutes, 10 minutes to generate. Would take you a quarter of the time now, because they've fixed how books work to the point where you can generate a 1,000-year world now in 26 minutes. A large 1,000-year world on an average PC in 26 minutes. That is the current time slot that they have for Premium, which includes the performance increases for Premium, right? Just for a point of reference, this computer, which is a 7700K processor, an i7-7700, this computer can generate a large world, long history, not with extra, just normal settings outside of that. So large world, long history, which is 1,050 years. As long as I leave everything else default, I can generate a world like that in about 3 hours. About 3 hours, which is pretty fast. I'd be able to do that in Premium, I would guess, based on like the speed increase that they've talked about. Probably in about 20 minutes. So there are performance increases that Dwarf Fortress gets, and they get them on a pretty frequent basis. Dwarf Fortress doesn't need to be multi-threaded. It just needs people to stop complaining that it needs to be multi-threaded and just accept that it's never going to be. The thing that genuinely bothers me though isn't the multi-threading question, and this is just me rambling at this point, Red X. So this is not actually like like bouncing off your question or anything, but the thing that genuinely bothers me is there are people that will flagrantly and loudly and frequently insult Zach and Tarn's intelligence because they haven't figured out how to multi-thread their game yet. They're just like, oh, you haven't figured it out yet? You must be idiots. Or why don't they get some better programmers so that they can help multi-thread it? It's like, it's not a matter of they need help to multi-thread it. It's a matter of it would take a long time to familiarize somebody else with the code, and then they'd have to rewrite the entire game from the ground up. It's like this game, it's not running in an engine. It's not like it's running in Unity or something where you can just flip a switch and turn things on. Like, this is their entire code base from the ground up in C++. Good luck, Diamond. So it's like, when you're building a game from the ground up on your own code base, there are certain decisions that you make early on that unless you want to go and rewrite that entire code base, I say this is not a programmer, you're kind of just screwed to a degree. Speaking of, the humans have arrived. Wait, what? Oh, I understand what happened here. I fucked up. Whoopsies. I'm sorry. My gates were locked, so their wagons just walked past. Generation, that's not bad. You just generated probably several million events. It's pretty good, I'd say. Now, if you open it up in Legends mode, you can see a full list of every single generated character. Finian, do you understand now why I scream at people to play Dwarf Fortress? It's like, it's just fucking free! Just try it! If you've never tried it, you might love it. You never know. If they have no respect for the DF's creators, I think some people just have no tact for the things that they say online. I think that's the bigger thing. Is it's really just there's a lot of people out there that just have very little tact. Okay, you know what? Just for my own sanity, I'm just gonna lock these dudes back in here. Yeah, so I can just let the dwarves out and let them go do their thing. Oh no, there's a buzzard stealing some sheep cheese. Well, that sucks. All right, well, humans are coming to buy things, so I will sell them the things that I can. If only you were actually funny, Marius. Instead of, you know, just poking something that I said wasn't funny. Oh no, Diamond. I was thinking, why is this game so small until you accidentally scrolled the mouse wheel and zoomed out on the world? Yeah, no. Also, scrolling on the mouse wheel zooms out the whole UI. If you go to Legends mode and you go to historical maps, Finian, you can actually, like, look at... Damn, Diamond. You can actually scroll through the history of your world 10 years at a time and watch the different factions expand, which is pretty cool to do, too. I think it's historical maps is the option. So if you click play now, go to Legends, and then load up the world... Yeah, Diamond is far and away in #1. Diamond, type an exclamation point tickets. See how many you have. Curious. Kind of makes your 21 tickets look small. Dude just had a string of good luck and then YOLO'd a couple times and... Ay. That's all I have to say. Although I think Diamond can't see where he's at because he's still buffering. So I'm just going to go to viewers and sort by most tickets. Let's see. How many does Diamond have right now? 643,133 tickets. Which is crazy to me. World saved? Once the world is saved, then you can load it up in Legends via the Play Now option. Would still like to trade with these humans. Yeah, now the reason I'm constantly telling people they should try Dwarf Fortress is just because it is free. And it is such a cool thing to even, like, mess around with loosely. Like, even if you don't really know what you're doing, it is really cool to just, like, generate a world and look at it in Legends. Like, even with no knowledge of how DF works, there's something about just generating a world real quick and just having a peek at it. It's also, like, one of the most powerful D&D tools I think I've ever seen. Like my older sister, I always like to talk about this. Yeah, my older sister loves to, losing is fun, soon reckon. My older sister loves to install Dwarf Fortress, generate a world, a large world, screenshot the large world, trace it, use that as a D&D world map, and then go down a list of like locations and places and battles that have happened and use it as like a loose basis for her history, and then she'll write her history based on that. Which is a really neat way to, like, set up, you know, a world for D&D. The only thing stopping people is their minds? Yeah, pretty much. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress, Finian. One of us. One of us. One of us. Cancels trade at depot. Getting something to drink. That's a fair thing to do, sir. Oh, also, actually, I'll wait for Diamond to actually say that he's back before I try to talk to him. I mean, see, here's the thing, Marius. It's totally fine for you to not play Dwarf Fortress. Totally fine. But joking about a thing that I've stated very bluntly that I don't like isn't fine. Okay. You're totally allowed to live vicariously until premium releases if that's what you insist on doing. About a week, and you're thinking about putting leader of the dwarfs. I mean, why not? Go with some like legendary DF tales, or be one of those people who runs a world based on boat murdered or something. I know at least one person from my chat used a location from one of my Dwarf Fortress worlds. Yeah, as part of a D&D campaign. King Aban, yeah, the goblin. Goblin king of dwarves that we had. Who had a pet dragon. Pretty good times. Although I don't think King Aban of dwarves is anywhere near as, yeah, a local legend, but as in local to this chat, yeah. I played him for my holiday fort. I had him in my fort for a holiday fort for 2021? No, it would have been 2020, yeah, 2020 holiday fort. So the Christmas fort that I played over 2020, we had a king goblin who had a pet dragon in that fort. I think also a hydra. Anyway, it was a good time. Dude was the most dwarfy goblin you've ever seen. His entire description was just goblin. Bloody hell, time flies? Oh, absolutely time flies, dude. We dropped a lot of goblins into a hole in that fort. That was... And then into a hole with lava at the bottom. It was a fun hole. It was a good time. Was that the last episode upload? Was 29th of December? So long ago. God damn. Good lordy goddamn. Oh, that's when you drew Aban? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I played it into Jane. I think I played it until the end of the month at the very least. I usually play over Christmas for my holiday forts. The one this past year wasn't anywhere near as memorable. Still a fun fort, but we didn't have any super memorable stories like that one from it. I'm going to take a real quick toilet break. I will be back in a moment. Was just taking a quick piss break. Hello! Welcome back, Nerds Half-Life. What were you streaming, if I can ask? How goes Fort? Fort goes pretty good. We're doing things. Doing stuff. I accidentally flooded the basement with lava briefly. It's fine. The lava's back where it's supposed to be, and the basement is no longer flooded with it. But yeah, 404 years old. It's doing pretty good. I have to put a cabinet in this room. Made of electrum for my mayor. Yes. 99% certain this is my mayor. Yeah, it is. No. Midsummer 404. You're not found. Got executed? Sounds like it went optimally. Assuming you were trying to do the get executed speedrun strat. Yeah, no, you literally landed here as I like got up to go take a piss and top off my coffee. Hello, wait, what? What up? It's good to see you. How is things? Some bounty hunters got you. I mean, sometimes, sometimes you just get executed. I do need to play that game at some point. That game does look cool. That game looks cool. Has a lot of depth. Yeah. No, the Treese brothers seem to make neat games. That's how you pronounce their name. Today, we seem to have at the very least tipped on the edge of indoctrinating one of our audience members into playing Dwarf Fort. I'm very satisfied by. Very satisfied by. It's an uphill battle on an easy run. It is what it is. Not everything needs to be a success, though. All right, let's turn off trading. I'm going to turn the fountain off up top before I forget. Hang about a DF channel, you'll get told to play DF. Yes, this is true. It's free. I mean, assuming you can read English and you have a computer, you should at the very least try Dwarf. I also have some eternally burning humans in my fort. It's a bug, but they live in this tunnel at least until the other humans leave. So I can let these guys out. I could just go in there and stab them to death, but honestly, I don't really care to. We'll just let them leave. They'll just retreat eventually. So we did get sieged once. We won. Those three bugged out human torches are the only remembrance of the fortress. I mean, the one thing that I never talk about that's been here forever is the fact that there is an immortal vampire who is coated in their own tears and sweat, who is the oldest living creature in this fortress, named Zaloro, who's in a berserk rage, who every now and again I'll see in this text scroll of things that they say, and every now and again Zaloro will be like, depression, I can't feel pain, and things like that. And it'll be like, oh no, you're still screaming. That's horrible. They love you. That's, I guess, what you get for, being a vampire in my fort, is you get chained up and you live there for all eternity. Just random yelling. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, he's in a prison cell that we walled in. So he can't get out. Even if we unchained him, he wouldn't be able to get out. We went berserk while he was doing his prison sentence for 2 counts of murder. So once they go berserk, they're basically dead, and the dwarves will just beat it to death. So, and they will just try and kill things. Everything that they see that's alive, they will just try and kill. So there's a point where it's just like, fuck it, just lock the door. Just seal him in there. His kid is dead. Theoretically, though, he is insurance, because if everything does go to absolute hell, I could theoretically spike him and bloodify him and then fill it up with water and make bloody water and then force the dwarves to drink his blood, and then the dwarves become vampires. Or fortress. It's a thing. Also, thank you very much for the raid, because I don't generally get raids around here. Raids are a pretty rare occurrence in this channel. Although today we've had 3, which has been very nice. Good Longdeath stream today? No complaints, yeah. Things are going all right. I'm going to be starting a playthrough of Monument Valley pretty soon here, though. I'm going to be running through Monument Valley 1, and then either next week or tomorrow, I haven't decided yet, I'll run through Monument Valley 2. Happy to hear about the raids? Yeah, it's nice. Nice to get raids. Also, chat, I have a question. A very serious question. This is a very deep and important question that I really, really need to ask. How do you feel about a squirrel with a gun? This is a video game that's releasing on Steam called Squirrel with a Gun, where you play as a squirrel with a gun. Called Squirrel with a Gun. You're in favor? I mean, this thing kind of blew up on Reddit recently. For a few reasons. Yeah, pretty much. Sounds nuts. This game is nuts. I might have to, at the very least, mess with Squirrel with a Gun when Squirrel with a Gun drops. I gotta be honest. It looks extremely stupid. I might have to try it. Is a squirrel Hammy or Sammy? Man. Let's call it Steve. I hate the fact that there's certain scenes from Over the Hedge just burned into my memory. Stray got released. When are you planning on making videos and streams? Diamond, I've got bad/good news for you. I already finished it yesterday. Played through the entire thing. Took about 10 hours. VOD goes up tomorrow. So good news is you get to watch the VOD tomorrow. Bad news is I'm already done. I mean, it does have 15,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews. So, yeah, I did just pick it up and play it because I wanted to play it. Played it. The topic being considered is the method of physical examination in diagnosing illness. Over the Hedge was a fucking fever dream of a movie. Over the Hedge was... the reason Over the Hedge, I think, is burned into my brain so much is it was the last time I had a birthday party. I turned 12 when that movie came out. And it was the last time that, like, I invited, like, more than one friend out to go do a thing. It was, like, 8 of us, and we all went and saw that movie in theaters. We were a bunch of 12-year-olds. We all thought it was a weird movie. And then me and 2 of my other friends went back to our place and we played video games. It was a good day. But, like, I will never forget that movie because it was the last birthday party that I had. And since then, I've literally done, like, the most I've done for my birthday since then is, like, I'll hang out with my parents for an hour or, like, maybe go to a bar. There was, like, one year where there was a concert that was on my birthday, but that was more just, like, a happy coincidence. It's like, oh, hey, it's on my birthday. I could totally go to a concert on my birthday. Less of a actual, like, thing that I planned to go to. But welcome back, Doc. mayor now has the thing in their room. How old is the king? The king is 160 years old. So could live potentially for another 10 years. Hang in there, King Massive. You're a decent king. As GLaDOS says, I don't hate you. Plunk. I had to lock the door quickly so the dwarves didn't go diving through there. I was working towards dealing with water in DF. What do you mean dealing with it? Oh. Frog for Hire attacked the mayor again, which is a real good way to get crimes reported against you. Where's our captain of the guard? Ah! Frog's going back to prison, chat. I like how our captain of the guard is distracted. She feels pleasure near a completely sublime table. Gets pulled off to prison. Sorry, Frog for Hire. To midsummer. I wonder how long you're getting in prison for punching the mayor. Goes to prison. What was the crime? Punches mayor. 29 days, okay. Also, where is Disco? Still stressed. Come on, man. Sometimes causes dwarves to drown? Are you talking about aquifers, or are you talking about, like, underground lakes? Because if you're talking about aquifers, if dwarves are actually drowning in aquifers, you're doing something pretty wrong. Like, I hate to break it to you, but if you're digging down and digging through aquifers and dwarves are drowning in the aquifer that you're digging through, and it's just small aquifers, you are digging through, you're probably digging through not light aquifers. Only ever settle on light aquifers if you're new to the game. Don't ever settle on varied or heavy aquifers. How's that a big problem? To punch a gremlin mare? I'm just sorry. I'm super happy right now because Hyper Strange finally figured out how to pay me. I'm just like, I was just double checking something to figure out which invoice that was that came through. But for those of you who don't know, every Monday I do a sponsored stream on a different channel, run by Hyper Strange, who are the publishers of a game called Jupiter Hell. They recently put out a postal game. They publish a bunch of boomer shooters and some neat games that I like. and I do a stream for them every Monday on their Twitch channel, Hyperstrange TV, and they pay me to do it. And we've been messing back and forth with it for about 3 months, but they finally figured out how to pay me in a way that they can do legally via paying a independent contractor in Canada when they're in Poland. Turns out it's very difficult to like legally pay an independent contractor in Canada when you're in Poland. So it took a little bit of like back and forth and figuring out a method that works. But finally got it working. Sleep without worry for 5 hours? Huh? What do you mean? Okay, so we're going to lock these dwarves inside. Let all these humans leave. Get inside, Blue Space Weeb. But yeah, getting paid is nice. All right, so now that we've done that, I can fly down here and we can seal the gates. By pulling that lever, once that lever's been pulled, I can go open a different lever. It is a pretty good deal, yeah. No, it's like doing a paid acting gig. I try to keep my streams very minimal on ads. Like, you guys don't see a lot of ads on this channel. You'll see pre-rolls, that's it. I'm not taking any of the, what's it called? Ad deals that Twitch is hammering down every streamer's throat right now. I'm very sparse with my sponsorships and on-screen ads and stuff. But what I will do is I'll promote that because they pay me to stream on that channel, so. There's the link if you want it, Hyperstrange TV. Or I stream on their channel once a week. Every Monday, 11 a.m. Pacific for 2 hours. It's like bonus content. Everybody wins. Patty Enterfort. Pull that lever, and this will just let the eternally burning human torches out. Hopefully they don't set the grass up top on fire, but if they do, we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out when that happens. So they should just leave. They should have died in there, but they didn't technically. Oh, see, they leave and the fire goes out. That's kind of funny. Huh. But yeah, they should all just leave the map. That's really funny, actually. Flame on! Yeah, right. Okay, sweet. So the three of them will just peace out and leave the map. Where are you going there, human? Where do you think you're going? Long route, it looks like. Nope, not that one. Flip those two. And pull that. You have a good night, Diamond. Sleep well, dude. I'm going to be playing Monument Valley tonight. I'm sorry. That you're missing all of the games that you wanted to see while on vacation, but that's what VODs are for, right? And there go the humans. Wait, now we can open the front door. What? Say, whose blood is that? Oh, Banana killed a great horned owl. So the bard grabs the great horned owl by the head with her left lower arm, and the bard punches the great horned owl in the foot, and the part explodes into gore. An artery has been opened by the attack, and Banana screams, In the midst of conflict, I feel no terror. I was attacked, and you will know my ferocity. I have improved my wrestling, and that was satisfying. Congrats, you beat up an owl. Well done. Bet they won't come back again? Nah, they'll be back. They will absolutely be back. I'm going to set these all to be melted. And we're going to melt some metal objects. Sometimes you just gotta grapple an owl, dude. Come on. Especially if it's trying to steal your cheese. Also, hey, Nervicious, what's up? Good to see you. Oh, the two back that caught on fire? I don't know. What are you running from? The owl? Probably yep, definitely the owl. Turns out there's two more owls. This is the one that was grappled with. It was injured. Fun fact, this owl is lying down while flying. The brown background means it's lying down. It's injured, obviously. I mean, its foot is mangled beyond recognition. So it's lying down or crawling while flying. Now it's panicking, lying down and crawling while flying. It's kind of funny. Then there's this one that's just panicking. Let's get him! There's a great horned owl in my library, scaring the piss out of all my dwarves. I do need it to fly into the fortress, though, for us to actually be able to kill it. It's just kind of funny when this shit happens. All right. Is anybody melting objects? It doesn't look like it currently. Like they're mostly just carrying wooden logs into the fortress. Yeah, I don't know. When I'm given the option between taking big sponsored events frequently or just taking different types of gigs, I'll always take different types of gigs because I think that getting paid to produce more different content is a hell of a lot better than just weighing down the current content somebody produces with advertising. It's definitely the better alternative, in my opinion. Advertising and sponsored content should just promote the creation of new stuff, which is all I do. So this person wrote a thread on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, right? And this title was this post was from 11 hours ago, and this post is titled "Stupid Ideas That I Need to Share with You." Okay. So stupid ideas of things you could do in Dwarf Fortress that this person needs to share, right? So shout out to Axel Fire Kirby for sharing these stupid ideas. Build a tower out of unicorn soap. Rename a dedicated lever puller to Kronk. Piss off the elves and lead them into a room filled with logs and some caged magma crabs with moss covering the floor. And when they come in, lock the gates behind them and release the crabs and watch the fire. When done, flood the room with water. You don't actually need to flood the room with water, maybe lava. Have your sewage drain into the circus. I've actually done that. I drained an ocean into hell once. Use Legends viewers to find out who the most endangered species in your world is and make your fortress a cult to it. Succession's bastions have a succession game, but you have to build a bastion in each of your fort each time you pass it on. Get a vampire necromancer to marry a were creature. I don't even think you can be a necromancer and a vampire, but I digress. Maybe you just get a vampire to marry a were creature. Build a well all the way to the circus, which is actually kind of funny. Drain enough water into the circus that you could build a well in the circus would be really funny. Kill a forgotten beast with a wagon wood training spear. Train your entire fort to be Mark's dwarfs and siege operators so your enemies can fight in the shade. And steal every book and artifact named weapon in the world and destroy them. You can't actually do that. Some of these are stupid ideas. Some of these are just pointless. Side note, apparently apparently I have a post on Reddit that hit 500 upvotes. Kind of funny. How quickly that happens. All right, chat. So I'm going to go grab lunch. Would you guys prefer to watch dwarves run around? Or would you prefer to have some music? Because it's 4:30 and I need to eat something. I've been streaming for 7 hours and I ate something, I guess, 8 hours ago. So I need to go grab lunch. What would you guys prefer? A little bit of tunes or just dwarves? Because I can leave you guys watching these dwarves run around and melting metal objects and such. One for music? You like music? All right. So late summer in Longdeath, year 409. I haven't decided yet if we're going to play this fort again tomorrow or if we're going to do the other one tomorrow. I'll probably decide tonight. I might do this fort again tomorrow because I'm trying to catch back up to where we were at. You know, we I guess progressed a year and a half this year. Year and a quarter. Bit over a year. Not a bad amount of progression. Fended off a siege. Flooded the basement with lava. Drained the basement of lava. Pretty eventful day overall. No new kids in the fort. Still a problem. Still working on that. And put Frog in jail 3 times. So, pretty productive day, I say. If you're looking... what? Do I have an amount that I like to progress every stream? Year... as long as I'm a year plus in, I don't really care. But if you're looking for Dwarf Fortress specifically, because we are done with Dwarf Fortress for the day, we will be streaming Dwarf Fortress again tomorrow. I recommend either going over to my YouTube channel or watching Tekid, who's live right now. I'm going to put a marker here so I know where to cut the VOD. And then I'm going to go take a real quick break. When I return, we will be playing Monument Valley. Okay? The first one. We're going to be doing a full playthrough of Monument Valley, as everybody just vamooses the channel. Of course, I would prefer if you stick around. Obviously, it's better for me statistically if people watch the games I stream. Otherwise, if you are tuning out now, I do get it. But thanks everybody for hanging out for this portion of the stream. If you are sticking around, type in the word beer or just the beers emote. It's nice to know who's sticking around. But we will be back in a couple of minutes. My